everyone. I hope you're doing well. So today, uh, I was sitting around and I was about to set a puzzle, but I was feeling a little low energy, if I'm being honest. And I thought, well, what would perk me up probably in setting this puzzle is to have you all here, or whoever wants to join. And I know there's a bunch of other people streaming as well, so feel free to watch them or whatever. I've always been a little hesitant uh, about doing streaming or streaming setting because I know that setting can be kind of boring. But I'll try and keep it exciting, and I at least can tell you a little bit of the story of what it is I intend to set, and I'll go over how I'm going to set it, what I've done so far. Because ultimately, this is an idea I've had for a while that I've been trying to do in a whole bunch of different ways, and I think I've figured out the way that I actually want to do it. But it's going to have sort of two parts to it that I want to explain, and then I'm going to do it, and then I'll sort of do it. So let me start by explaining what the idea is, and I here have open. I'll just show you a blank grid in Sudoku Pad. And my eventual intention today is to set this puzzle in Sudoku Pad. I'll just tell you now. So technically you can't set anything in Sudoku Pad, but because there's a pen tool, you can do almost any clue type you want between the pen tool and coloring and that sort of thing. And so I think that's probably what I'm going to do. We shall see, but that is my rough intention, is to do that. But before I can do any of that, I'm going to have to write the rules so that you can actually see what the rules are over in F puzzles. So I'll talk just the tiniest bit about F puzzles. I have open ranks scripts for F puzzles to let it handle a whole bunch of other things. But I'll tell you now, if this goes any way like I think it's going to be, rank scripts are going to be completely useless because this is not going to be a Sudoku puzzle. It's going to be like a Sudoku adjacent puzzle, but it is definitely not going to be a supported by the solver kind of puzzle. And I'll tell you, I also have open Penpa, which for some reason, oh, I understand. No, I don't 100% understand why it's showing up that way. Oh, I do. Okay, because I'm not in Penpa mode. I have open Penpa, which is what I set in if I'm not setting in Sudoku Pad. But we'll go ahead and I'll show you something in Penpa because the final version of this I'm going to make in Penpa to do that. Okay, so there's two main ideas here that we have to combine. And so there's an idea that was first, and then the question was, after the first idea, how do I make this idea work? And I'll tell you some of the things I've tried. And then I'll tell you what I'm actually going to do. Okay. So for many of you who follow my assorted foibles through Sudoku, you'll know that one of my favorite constraints to set with is 10 lines. So let me just explain what a 10 line is before you, in case you've never seen it before. So the idea of a 10 line is that you have to divide the line entirely into clumps that sum to 10. I guess this was probably a bad example of this. Let's do that instead. And so could do, oops, I should turn the number pad on if I want. Do 1, 1, 2, and 6. This sums to 10. I'm very deliberately doing an example here where you can see that, in fact, this sums to 10, but I've used 1 twice. And so I could do 7, 3, and then I could do 2, 5, 3 like that. This would be a valid way to do this. But the thing that sort of is so intriguing to me about 10 lines, the reason why I like them, is that you're not given with the 10 line the exact decomposition of the line into tens. You've got to decide, okay, is this going to be a 2-length 10 sum, a 3-length? And sometimes you can even have ones that work out to be way longer than you want. Okay. So I'm not setting a 10 lines puzzle today, but what I realized as I was thinking about 10 lines was that there's no reason it has to be a line. It could, instead of being a line, it could be a clump like say all of these cells are a 10 clump. And then what you have to do is you have to divide the clump into regions that sum to 10, say something like that, maybe. We've got to figure that out. So like every cell inside this has to be part of a 10 clump. Okay. And so my goal today is, roughly speaking, to set a 10 clumps puzzle. But what I decided was I kind of want the entire grid to be a 10 blob or whatever. So I want every cell in the grid to end up having to be part of one of these sort of 10 clumps within the grid. Okay. Now, I'm going to tell you right away, that has a few big problems with it if you try and do this with a Sudoku puzzle. Okay. So first of all, if you try and do it with a Sudoku puzzle, I mean, problem one, it's just outright not possible. Because as Glum Hippo points out, the grid sums to 405. And 405 is not a multiple of 10, so that's a problem. But the problems don't end there. Because what would be sort of a natural thing to do then maybe is to shove a 5 in the middle and say the 5 isn't part of it, but everything else is part of one. But there are deeper problems. And one of the deeper problems is 9s. So somewhere in the grid there's a 9, and in fact everywhere in the grid where there's a 9, there's only one possible 10 clump that a 9 could go in. It always has to go with a 1. But now the 9 9s in the grid claim the 9 1s in the grid, and now you're trying to do this with the remaining digits, except now what happens to the 8s? Well, the 8s now need the 2s, and so anyway, you get a bunch of dominoes, and if you're going to be doing 10 sums with dominoes, that's really boring, and I don't want to do that. So then the next thing I thought was, okay, so what if it's not a Sudoku puzzle? What if it's something else? And so I spent a lot of time trying to make a version of this puzzle, except it was a Philomeno instead. So you had to do this as a Philomeno, where the Philomenos that you do, and so if you don't know how Philomeno works, it's like not a Sudoku at all, and you've got to sort of break things down, and so you've got like a 5 omino where you've got 5s everywhere. I'm going over this quickly because it's not going to turn out as a Philomeno, but I just wanted to show you exactly what would happen. So when you do this, so let's see, conflict checker. I'm going to turn this off for a second just so I can show you what this would look like. So the problem is you'd have to say, okay, well, this is my 5 omino, but I'm going to break it into a 10 sum that looks like this, and a 10 sum that looks like this, and then maybe I've got a 2 omino here, and a shame omino here, and so then maybe my clump is this. My big concern with this was that this would be a notational complete nightmare. Because you'd have to sort of keep track of what you knew about the boundaries and what you knew about the boundaries of the 10 sums and the boundaries of the ominoes. And that I worried that was just going to lead to just a notational nightmare that was not going to be any fun for anyone to solve. Basically was the thing that I ended up concluding. Now, several people in chat have suggested, could you do it with 20 clumps instead of 10 clumps, so it doesn't sort of create the problem with the 9s? And I think that has a lot of merit. I think you could do that. So I think you could put a 5 in the middle and then do some sort of clues and then sort of have it broken into 20 clumps. My real concern there was that I worried that 20 is such a big number that it would end up not being unique, at least not unique without tons of work. So I was a little concerned about that. I will say I sort of managed to find a couple break-ins for various possible rules for the Philomeno version, but none that I was so happy with that I was willing to make people put up with this. So anyway, so that I sort of gave up on that idea. Yeah, as Rockrat0 says, especially when you're allowed to repeat digits, there's an awful lot of ways to make 20. And in particular, like if you've got like a 3, a 4, a 5, and a 2. That was meant to be a 2. I want the conflict checker 1, by the way. Spoiler, actually want the conflict checker 1 today. Uh, then like that only sums to like 14. So you've still got tons of options for how, even if you have all of those, everything is going to work. Okay, so there's a whole lot of things that I have decided are, I think, not quite going to work. Okay. The next thing I decided was to contemplate, well, what are the other non-Sudoku genres that I could explore? And so one of the non-Sudoku genres that I could explore was Japanese sums. And so if you've not seen Japanese sums before, and so here I mean the Niverio style of Japanese sums, not the Panthera style of Japanese sums, although they're sort of similar. But in Japanese sums, what happens is you have a giant grid that's usually bigger than 9 by 9, but you don't need to put digits in every cell within the grid. And so I was contemplating like saying like all the digits are connected and they all break into 10 clumps. And then there's just a lot of sort of empty space, and that sort of takes care of it. And I think that would work, but I couldn't decide exactly what I wanted to do with clue types that would do that. By the way, we have a new subscriber. Welcome, Eat Kid Kinka. If I could read that while the dancing dinosaur was on my other monitor quick enough. So welcome. So I think, and who knows, it's on the back burner. If all else fails, I think that Japanese sums might work. Okay. Now, I'll tell you the one that is perhaps surprising that is sort of an adjacent idea to this that I got really excited about and spent a lot of time working on a couple days ago. And that is, I thought of making it a U-Bahn instead. So if you've never seen how a U-Bahn works, the idea is that in a U-Bahn, it's sort of like a loop puzzle, but instead of being a loop, you have what it's called a loop network. So you end up with something like this. Okay. And my idea for how on earth you would possibly make this work in a U-Bahn grid, and again, this might also someday happen, I don't know, was to observe that in a U-Bahn, and so U-Bahn clues, by the way, are given in terms of the sort of 4 piece types. So you can have a line going straight through, you can have a corner, you can have a 3-way, I suppose, or you can have a 4-way intersection. My idea was to say, and this I still might also make into a puzzle at some day, because I think this is a cool enough idea, that the 2 kinds of 2 exit pieces, so that is corners and straight throughs, that those 2 would all have digits. So, for example, these would all have digits. And those digits would not be allowed to repeat within rows and columns. And that those digits would need to add to 10 within the clumps of those that are separated by things that aren't that. So this, for example, is a 3-way. This is a 3-way. This is a 3-way. This is a 3-way. Those would not be allowed to have digits. But notice the none 2 pieces, the none corner straight throughs, separate the grid into just a contiguous group and another contiguous group and another contiguous group and another contiguous group and another contiguous group. Up here, it didn't work so well, but whatever, you just ignore that. This is a random example. And so my goal was to say, okay, it's going to be a U-Bahn puzzle with standard U-Bahn clues. And this weird rule about sort of how the loop network gets broken and you have to write digits on this. I think this is a good rough idea, but I think the idea of combining these 2 things simultaneously in a first puzzle that does either of these is kind of nuts. So if I'm going to explore this whole 10-line network idea, I think I'm going to be a little bit gentler in what I do first with it, so that this idea of sort of breaking the network into these contiguous groups of cells and writing digits into them, I'm going to try and do something gentler with it, I think. I don't think it's the right place for me to sort of use this whole 10 clump idea. Okay. So I've now been talking for like 15 minutes about all the ideas of how I would make this work that aren't the idea that I'm actually intending to use today. So the idea that I'm actually intending to use today, which is, well, you'd have thought it was psychotic until I told you that I was thinking about doing a U-Bahn, and now maybe you don't think so. But I'm going to show you this in a Penpa grid only to sort of show you just what this is going to look like when it's actually done. So we've got sort of a 9x9 Sudoku grid. However, there is a tool in Penpa called the box button. And if you click the box button, what it lets you do is it lets you just delete stuff from the grid. So just sort of take away some cells. And so my goal here is that what I want to make is I want to make an almost Sudoku puzzle where you have to break the entire grid into 10 clumps, except there's going to be enough cells deleted from the grid to make that possible. And so in particular, one has to clarify exactly what Sudoku means, but it's pretty clear what Sudoku means in a grid like this, I think, which is that you should not repeat digits within any row or column or box, but you're just not obligated to put digits in the cells that are empty. So the cells that are empty, they just don't get anything. And so probably for purposes of making this legible, probably like say like if I omit all of those cells, then we would be in good shape to do that. Okay, so the nice thing about this is it lets me throw away basically as many 9s and 8s and 7s or whatever as I want to, just sort of chuck them out and just say like, okay, well, you just don't need 9 9s in this. It completely solves Glumhippo's original problem that the sum of the digits in the grid is not a multiple of 10 because the sum of the digits in the grid can be whatever you want to be. It avoids the potential problem that you'll run into in a lot of wacky ideas like this, that you set up most of the puzzle, and then after you have set up most of the puzzle, you find out that actually the puzzle has had no solutions since forever. And so that was a real fear with any version of this that looked like a Sudoku grid, was that I was going to find out that like actually there was some global thing going on that I couldn't. If I'm just allowed to delete cells from the grid, then I think that's not a problem. So I think I can do that. And I think the deleted cells, I think specifying what cells have been deleted, I think is going to, I think, make for this being a fairly approachable puzzle. I hope. Now, like you could imagine, and this is not what I intend to do today, but who knows? Someone will do this someday, possibly me. You could just give them a 9x9 grid and say you get to delete some stuff. Good luck figuring out what you get to delete. Good job. Have fun. I don't think that's what I want to do today. But we can, we might end up there, or I might end up doing that as a version here. So this is sort of like a partial Sudoku grid is basically the idea of how I'm going to put these things together. Okay, so you're ultimately going to have to sort of break the entire grid into 10 clumps, however that happens to work as it goes on, but you're not going to have the you're not going to have to put any digits at all in the gray cells. Okay, so I intend to set this in Sudoku Pad, and the way I'm going to do that is I'm just going to pull up a blank Sudoku Pad grid, and I'm going to gray the cells that I'm deleting, so that I can sort of solve it here and have access to the drawing things and everything. But before I do that, I want to actually write out the rules that I'm thinking of. So what I'm going to actually do here is I'm going to pull up fpuzzles for just a moment. So if you're not familiar, sort of the default place to start setting puzzles is fpuzzles.com. There are many other places you can do it, but fpuzzles is incredibly easy to use. We will say, and it will let you, with help from various sources, it will let you export those puzzles to various other things. So it's not actually going to be called 10 clumps, I don't think. Who knows? Okay. So I'm going to write these out just so that this shows up on the side of the screen for anyone who joins and is like, what the hell are you doing, Zeta? So we're going to do non-standard Sudoku rules. And by the way, pro tip from fpuzzles, it likes to just delete everything that you have typed. So when you're writing rules, I recommend exiting the typing rules a lot, and then just writing it a bit at a time, because otherwise they'll just all disappear. And anyone who's done much will see that, or will have had that happen to them in fpuzzles. So here's the non-standard Sudoku rule. So into each non-gray cell, this is of course not, there won't be gray cell. I mean, who knows? Place a digit from 1 through 9. Digits cannot repeat within a row, column, or box. Okay. Part 1. Part 2 is 10 clumps. Every digit in the puzzle is part of an orthogonally adjacent clump of digits. Oh yes, where importantly exiting equals confirming. Yes, that is a good point. That sums to 10. Orthogonally connected is a much better way to say that. Thank you. I was thinking about like that is a really weird phrase. That doesn't sound right to me. This may repeat within clumps if allowed by other rules. Each clump is disjoint from every other clump. Okay, so something like that. I'm going to open this in Sudoku Pad. So this will now put on screen enough for someone to figure out exactly what is going on. Sarah sharing the yes. Don't hit the X button. If you hit the X button, fpuzzles will just throw away all of the rules and all of that sort of stuff. And yeah, to answer MicroStudy's question about boxes, I do fully intend there to be boxes. The boxes just won't have 9 digits in them. So now we come to the natural question of like, surely that's not the whole rule set. And I mean, you probably could make it the whole rule set if the grid like had so many holes in it that there was nothing else you could do. But I've intended to use some sort of clue floating around. And the clue type that I've been working on, at least from the start, and I don't know if I'm going to sort of continue this, but here is my idea. I want circle clues, because I mean, it's me, so I love circle clues. Also, I did a really cool Mixo circle puzzle yesterday, but I have been trying to do circle clues from the beginning. I did try and do a version with little arrows, and we might be forced to go back to the little arrows, but I think the little arrows are much more a Philomeno thing than a Sudoku thing. Oh no, Nell has to move boxes. Are they Sudoku boxes or are they not Sudoku boxes? But what I want a circle to do, and this is my idea, and I'm not writing this in the rules yet because I've played around with different versions of this idea, is I want a circle to count how many of the up to 9 surrounding cells, or sorry, how many different 10 clumps there are from this. Do you have a recommendation of how to say it, Garion? I know that everything 10-liney, the rules tend to be much more difficult to parse then I would prefer they be. Clumps do not overlap. Yeah, let's do clumps do not overlap. Clumps do not overlap with other clumps. Okay. I will do that. Export. Open in Sudoku Pad. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so I want the circle to count the number of 10 clumps that it sees in the surrounding up to 9 cells. NPCNN has seen the first rule, which is that I'm going to just delete some cells until it's divisible by 10. But I'm going to have to delete a lot of cells. Okay, so the idea is that a circle here is going to count the number of clumps. So if I just start, and I mean, would it really be a zeta puzzle if I didn't start with a circle in row 1, column 1? Would be, well, naively, this can only be 1, 2, 3, or 4. But notice this being 4, and so this is sort of something that's come up in like every version of this that I've done. If this is 4, that's saying that every single one of these is a distinct 10 clump. But that creates a very big problem in that this cell is now a 4, and 4 and 10 are different numbers. So this is very definitely not 4. So that is part 1, if I do this. So now a thing that is also true is that if this is a 1, it completely forces these to be 2, 3, 4. And now that creates a lot of sort of very high digits. And so I am not at all locked into whether I'm deleting anything in this box. But it would lock this into this. And so I kind of want to rule out this possibility too. But I don't quite know how. So I'll show you a different thing that I have considered that I could do. And so we're now into like, I have not actually tried to set this at all with this rule set, with the non-standard Sudoku rules that I'm deleting stuff. But I did try something like something not too distinct from this, where I could maybe delete these 3 cells to start, because if I delete those 3 cells to start, it forces all of these to be part of one 10 clump. It doesn't mean these have to be a 10 clump. It just means these all have to be part of a 10 clump, or all have to be part of one 10 clump, because this cell can't be summed to 10 by itself, so it joins row 2, column 2, and this one also joins row 2, column 2. So we would have something like that. And so that's sort of the break-in that I think is more likely that I'm going to want to keep. But then there's no circle in row 1, column 1, right? Because there's nothing in row 1, column 1. So I will say, DWeb, I went through an enormous amount of things I tried but decided I didn't like. One of the things I tried but decided I didn't like was that I tried doing it where there were gray cells, and the gray cells still needed to have digits, just the gray cells didn't need to be part of a 10 clump. But I didn't really like that. It didn't have the right, I don't know. It didn't have the right Zeta-y feel to it. It felt messy and sloppy, and there was lots of sort of unpleasant min-maxing. So yeah, so there are lots of things that one could do here with circles. So for example, if I put 2 circles here, well, this circle can only be a 1 or a 2, and this circle can only be a 1 or a 2. So these would have to be a 1-2 pair. And now one of these would be orange, and one of them would be non-orange. Because one of these is a 2, and so if I just sort of fill it in, and so this is a way I think through these things. If I just filled it in some arbitrary way, this one would be, say, yellow. This one would be orange. And that would have the effect of making this a 3-4 pair, because this 10 clump can't possibly get any larger. And this 10 clump would now have a digit that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, because it's not from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so a nice consequence of that is this cell couldn't be yellow. Hey, Alima, I hope you're doing well. So this cell would be forbidden from yellowing. So that would be, say, green. Yellow would have to get out, and we'd have at least a little bit of a beginning to how this would all have to play out. Now, of course, one thing I'd have to answer, and I kind of like this. Oh, right. This couldn't be 9. That's true. Jim pointing out this can't be 9. That's certainly true. One thing I'd like to figure out is how am I actually going to break this symmetry? And I suspect that this can't be a circle. Because if this is a circle, it would not be 2, 3, or 4. It's certainly not 1. So it'd have to be at least 5. Oh, crap. This could be 5, can't it? Can this really be 5? I think, unfortunately, this circle can be freaking 5, which is very unfortunate. Because if this circle is 5, all that's saying is all of these are different. Purple, say, which would make... Oh, wait, no. Sorry, I'm thinking it's only counting up to here, but it's also counting down here. Yeah, 5 could be great. Okay. So MicroStudy's saying just make a hole here. I think just make a hole here is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. That'll sort out the 1, 2 real fast. So just to go back to the original version of the puzzle, it will look like this. We'll have a hole here. So this will be the start of the puzzle. And so starting here, we'll say, okay, all of these have to be part of the same region. So therefore, this is a 1 or a 2, and this is a 1 or a 2. Now, if this was the 2, now this doesn't work. So the circles currently, Sarah, are counting the number of 10 clumps in the surrounding group of cells. Hey, Naverio, how are you doing? Join me in this craziness. So the 10 clump is, or sorry, this is counting the number of 10 clumps. And so in the surrounding cells. So in this case, it's going to be 1 or 2 because there's either a red cell here and it's a 1, or there's a non-red cell here and it's a 2. I only haven't spelled that out in the rules yet because I wasn't sure that was what I was going to keep. And there's always this question of, do you count the cell itself, or do you only count other things or whatever? So that's why I was doing that. So the clever, and I think actually kind of hard to see thing here is that this can't be a 2. Because if this is a 2, that's a 1. And now this being a 2 means that this is yellow, which means that's yellow. But this is a 1, so that's red. But now these are obligated to be a 3-4 pair, and now these cells sum to a minimum of 11. So that is like exactly I think the right complexity of sort of understanding a break-in here, to say that this cell means that that's not a 2, so actually this is a 1 and that's a 2. I like that. What do people think? Does anyone in chat hate that? Do you think that's too look-aheady? I feel like it's not too bad because the fact that one of these circles is forced to be a 1 tells you that 1, 2, 3, and 4 are going in the box. And so it tells you you're not going to finish any more 10 clumps inside the box. You're going to have to get out. Yeah, the as J40 says, it's really about 6 cells summing to a minimum of 21, and so if you try and get 6 cells in your box, that's not going to work. So that is, I think, fair. Okay. So that'll be yellow, that'll be red. These will be a 3-4 pair. Uh, it's kind of easy, but 2023 Zeta is a kinder setter. I've always been a kind setter. I mean, look at antimatter. Do you know how many clues there were in antimatter? That grid had so many clues. How could you be upset? Okay. So the key point of all of this is that this definitely isn't yellow. Because that was actually the thing we did to sort of sort out the 1 and 2, is to say that this definitely isn't yellow. So that's yellow. So yellow is certainly not done yet. But this digit is, again, at least 5, and was pointed out by chat earlier, Jim, I believe, that this can't be 9, because if this is 9, that would have to be 1, and it can't be. So this is 2, 3, or 4. Naverio, because I want to use boxes. I like having boxes because boxes give you geometry, and I think setting a naked Latin square is a little much. And so, like, even the break-in here required that this is a box, even though it's a box with 3 holes in it. And now I'm being very careful here to not just immediately fill in that these two are part of something, because I haven't decided if there's a hole here yet or not. There might be a hole there. There might not be a hole there. Now, Garion suggested that a smart thing to do would be to put a circle in this cell, which is very interesting and possibly broken. Let's see if it's actually possible, because this would be a minimum of 5. So let's see if we could really do 5. So green has to go somewhere. So we could do purple there, orange there. Is this able to be 5 now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Yep, exactly. It can exactly be 5. So we'll go with Garion's suggestion here of making this a circle. Because this being a circle, it can be exactly 5. And it can't be anything else. The circles exactly represent the total number of different 10 clumps that appear in the 3x3 grid around it, including its own 10 clump. The only reason that's not in the rules is because I wasn't sure I was going to go with that, but actually at this point I might as well just go back, because we're now far enough in that I feel confident that actually we can make this work. So I'm going to go ahead and add this to the rules. So a circled cell gives the number of clumps in the up to 3x3 of surrounding cells. I guess I should say in the up to 9 surrounding cells, including itself. Okay. That's probably not the finalized wording that I would go with if I were to think about this really carefully, but I think that gets the idea across. And so you could just reproduce the grid. So far we have, there we go. So then we get all of these. Okay, and so then the point was, if I put this there, then it now forces this to be the 1, this to be the 2. I spelled surrounding wrong. Excellent. Yes, if we don't have an Elven square, what are we even doing with our lives? So that's green, and we're putting a circle there. That has to be a 5. These are a 3-4 pair. That's certainly yellow. And so then we've got that we know that this is at least 6 now. And it's not a 9. So this is 2, 3, or 4. And now this being a 5 has forced basically these to be a triple of different colors. So I guess what it's done, if I want to mark it into the grid, well, that's invisible. I can draw in some borders between these. And so, yeah, row 4, column 4 is a new color, for example. But then this is a different color than that, and this is a different color than that. And I guess I could just go ahead and do this by making these a green-purple pair. Because one of them is green, because green has to get out, and one of them is purple. Some new color. This can't be blue. Right. And so actually what that means is these are also a green-purple pair, because the purple has to get out because purple can't be one cell, and the green has to get out because green can't be a 5, 5, 10 clump. So these are also a green-purple pair. And so one thing that's interesting is it puts an enormous amount of pressure on the world if green goes this way, because if green goes this way, I have to dodge that 3, 4 in order to make this work. Whereas if green goes this way, it's not quite so big a deal. So Sarah suggests it actually the other way, which is that if we can force green to go this way, it creates a virtual 3-4 pair, which I also really like as an idea. Okay. So trying to decide if there's like a natural like place to put a circle here where we actually know the answer, but I think any circles here are going to be... Actually, maybe if this is a circle... Okay, if this is a circle, how many colors does it currently see? It sees green and purple and blue and yellow. Right? Green, purple, blue, yellow. That's 4. Okay, that's a great spot from Garion, actually, of a thing we can use. Yellow doesn't grow right. Because if yellow went right, the minimum sum would be too high. So if yellow grows anywhere, it grows to that cell. I'm trying to decide how we would possibly force that. Let's see. Because I'd kind of like yellow to have to go up there, because I think that would be cool. And of course, that would put a lot of numerical restrictions. It would put a lot of low digits in this box and probably force green to not grow this way if I could force yellow to go up there. But I have no idea how to force yellow to go up there. This sees 1, 2, 3, up to 4, so there's no way that's doing that. Gray cells are pre-given. In fact, actually, Naverio, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this in Penpa, and I'm just going to use the box tool to delete them. So they won't be in the grid, and I'll provide a light gray color just to do that. Just put a hole in row 1, column 5. That's genius. Okay, I like that. So if we put a hole in row 1, column 5, the point is that, of course, means yellow has to come down here, because this cell's got to go somewhere. I'm curious, would a gray cell here have done the same thing a gray cell here did? Maybe, maybe not. But in any event, this definitely forces this. And so now yellow is done. But now this certainly can't be an 8. This certainly can't be a 4. And this just is a 1, right? If this is even as big as 2, then we're toast. So that's already a 1. Well, I mean, it can't be 2. It would have to be even bigger than 2, and that's a big problem. And so now green definitely doesn't come here, because it can't, because green would have to be... Well, the 2 green cells would sum to a minimum of 6, which is a problem. So this is not green. These are purple. And these are green. So we've got that. So green certainly can't grow down or over. So green doesn't go either of those directions at the very least. Green could probably go here, and it would be cute if green did go there and made this like a 2, 2, and a 1 or something like that. I don't know if that's going to happen. Let's see. There's certainly a low digit in purple. And that low digit has to be a 2, a 3, or a 4 because the 1's already gone. Yeah, okay. So J40 is pointing out that if purple tries to grow within box 2, that's going to create a big issue. Because the minimum sum of 3 cells in box 2 is 2, 4, 5, which is 11. So purple not growing either of those directions at the very least. And so if we assume that this cell has not been deleted, which I would at least prefer not to delete this cell if possible, we can go ahead and make it a my hair color. This would have to come out here. And so for exactly the same reason, this couldn't continue to grow within this box. So it would have to come out here. Yeah, definitely yellow couldn't take that cell. Don't have to worry about that so much. Actually, I'm going to keep that there because these colors look kind of similar and it just makes clear what's going on. So this... So if this grows right now, Chad is pointing out that if this grows right, something kind of interesting happens, which is that it breaks because it can't have, because of that 1 there. So just to clarify, this 1 and this 2, 3 mean that if this grows right, the minimum sum of those is 2, 4, 5, which is again 11. So it can't grow right. And so this is just a domino, just a regular old 10 domino. So let's see. So it's so let's see. So J Domino is saying this has to be a 4-6 pair. Yeah, I can't quite see why it can't be a 2-8 pair. It certainly can't be a 3-7 pair because a 3-7 pair would make this domino add to 9. Or sorry, this clump add to 9. So this is a 2-8 or a 4-6, one of those. I'm sorry, did I give Jay a new name by accident? My brain doesn't always function in a wholly appropriate way. Let's see. So how many low digits do we have in this row? We've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. So every digit that's left in this row is big. So we've got all the low digits in this row, interestingly. So yeah, so time to... I'm debating, actually, if I leave this barren, I think we already... I think that's already interesting, because this thing... do that. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking about, is what Ambrose is thinking about, which is that I want to make sure that box 3 doesn't get obliterated by this. So I have to think about if I'm going to let there be a 10 domino here, that 10 domino, it can't be a 3, 4, 3 10 clump in the row because that has too many 3s in it. So it would have to be just a domino. And so which of these cells, if any, am I deleting? Or am I just going to let myself have 2 dominoes in this row? Which is possible. And then that also creates interesting questions about this row and this. So there's lots of sort of stuff to mess around with here. And yeah, so yeah, I definitely want to think about doing more with circles. But I can't quite fill in... What a circle is going to be dictated entirely by where the things are. Hey, Nicholas, I hope you're doing well. D-Web says we know there's always a 2 within this row, actually. because if I don't use a 2, this would be 3, 4, 6. And 3, 4, 6 doesn't work because it breaks that cell. I don't even think it's really case checking. If there's no 2, then this is a 3 and this is a 4, 6, and that cell doesn't have a value. Uh, so yeah, I certainly can disambiguate stuff. I'm a little hesitant to throw a circle down until the circle is sort of rewarding something. Because I if I throw down a circle just sort of haphazardly through here, it's going to ruin all the really nice logic that got us this far. Let's see. Yeah, there's no more low digits in here, as Navarro is pointing out. So every digit or every cell that's not a hole over here is either going up or going down. There are no sort of horizontal stuff because I've eaten all the low digits over here. And technically, if all of these are here, one of them has to be a 9, and that 9 has to go down and grab a 1. So if I put no holes here, then we know I've got a 9-1 vertical domino. So we've got that. So I just want to try, if I don't make this a hole, and see what happens. Yeah, I think I think I want to do one of the hard things. So either make this not a hole, or make there no holes in these 3 cells and sort of see what happens. Because as Navarro is pointing out, if there are no holes here, then one of them is a 5 and one of them is a 9, and both of them are really interesting. Because the 5 is going to have to go possibly up and down, or possibly just down in order to get its low digit. Let's see. Let's see. So if this isn't, though, let's go ahead and just imagine that Simon's sweater enters the picture here. If Simon's sweater enters the picture here, we know Simon's sweater can't take this cell because the minimum sum of these is 7, and this digit can't be anywhere near as small as 3. And it also can't take a cell over. So if this is Simon's sweater, then it's already either 3-7 or 4-6. Those are the only options. Which may or may not be broken. We shall see. Let's see. Yep, if purple extends, this digit can only be a 1. I think I believe that because one of these is low. In fact, actually, this has to be the 6 or the 7 because I've eaten up all the lows in this box. Because one of these is low. That's 2 lows. That's 3 lows. So actually, this would be the 6 or 7. This would be the 3 or 4 over here, which is what Garion is pointing out over there. But yeah, one of these is high enough that this digit actually can't be all that large at the end of the day if it's purple. Okay, so I'm actually looking to see how close we are to forcing purple to grow, though, because if purple is just a domino, it's not that domino, and it's not that domino, and it's not 1-9. So that doesn't work. Okay, so let's see. MicroStudy is saying purple just outright can't grow. Because remember, we argued earlier that one of these cells is a 2. So the minimum low digit that can actually show up in here is a 3. And so the only thing that could possibly work is 361. But 361 breaks for the following reason that chat has understood and I have not yet. 36. Oh, Iswell Rebirth has donated. Thank you so much, Iswell. Let's get you a donation dance while I try and understand why this breaks. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you so much. Great to have you in chat. So the thing that people are saying absolutely is not allowed to happen is that's purple is a 1, and these are a 3-6 pair. And the reason why these can't be a 3-6 pair is because that would make this, the 6 makes this a 2-8, and now there's no value for this cell. Okay, I agree. So purple is actually done. Purple is forced to be done. So purple is, I was about to say 3-8 or 4-6, but somehow that doesn't sound right. Purple is 3-7 or 4-6. And so that actually creates a virtual 6-7 pair across these two, because one of these is 6 or 7 and that's 6 or 7. So this can't be 4 or 6. So that would be 2-8, making that a 3 and a 6. Because this has to be 1, 3, 6, making that a 4 and a 3. And making this, okay, so this is not 3, 7, this is 4, 6. Because of that 3, and that 4, 6 makes that a 7 and that a 3. So I think just not deleting this cell does all of that. I like that string of deductions. That makes me happy. I do need to remind myself just by filling in that these are certainly, even if green is going to grow into this cell, these cells are still very low. Okay, so the absolute smallest cell that could go over here is a 4. And so funnily enough, if either of these is not deleted, I think it's completely forced to go 4, 5, 1 vertically. So I think if either of these is not deleted, then I think they have to be 4, 5, 1 going down. They would only be forced to be 4, 6 horizontally if I was obligated to put 4 and 6 in this box. But I don't get 4, 6 hidden pairs if there are cells that have no digits, I am pretty sure. So I don't think anything Sudoku breaks if I don't put 4, 6 here, because there don't need to be things. Oh, happy birthday, Ranksk. I hope I'm not counter-streaming you on your birthday. I admit I did not look at who was streaming. I was just like, I wanted to set this puzzle, and so so I did it. But happy birthday. Let's get happy birthdays for Ranksk in chat. And I'll get you a happy birthday dance from Zach. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Oh, so the point is these could be, sorry, I am now parsing out people's comments. People are just pointing out this could be a 4, 6 pair, which of course it could. I don't know how in my brain I omitted that, but these could be a 4, 6 pair. Okay, so it's a good question. What is this if the answer is that it's not gray? And so people in chat are claiming it's a 9. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. So yeah, if this is not gray, it's a 9, which is pretty interesting. I wonder if that's broken. So the 9 would need to grab a 1 in one of those two places. Yes, please do like the stream if you have not yet liked the stream. We greatly appreciate the likes around here. Uh, I don't, for the record, mind deleting the cell if we have to. Uh, so, uh, so let's try Garian's suggestion. Delete that cell. And don't delete this cell. And so if I delete that cell, this thing now has to expand downward. It can be a second blue omino. This digit's at least a 4, and this digit's at least a this digit's at least a 5, and it can't be a 6. So yeah, so 4, 5, and 1 would be the only way to do it, because I can't do 5, 5, and 0. So this would have to be 4, 5, and 1, as we previously noted, that if that was anything, this had to be a 4, 5, 1 going down. And so now this thing that has to be a 9, it can't be a 9, 1 going that way. It would have to be a 9, 1 going that way. And this would be completed. That would be completed. Okay. So this now can't be 1 anymore. Now there's no way on earth green can come here, right? Maybe? Actually, no, this could still be 1, 2, 2, and that could still be green. Yeah, so the question is, does this, like, delete all of box 3, and do we care? Because now if this digit's not deleted, what is it? Because it's certainly not a 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would be a 7. If this digit's not deleted, it would be a 7. Which would have to go. No, that just breaks. So these two are just forced to be deleted because they would have to be 7 or 9, and neither of them is possible because of this one guarding that. Okay. Which does kind of make me inclined to agree with J40's assessment that maybe we should just delete this cell instead of deleting all manner of things everywhere out of the universe. So we can delete that there. Okay, so if these are anything... Oh, interestingly, these are still forced to be... No, they're not forced to be deleted. Because I could still do either... I could still do 7, 2, 1. Yeah, so one of these columns would have to be 7, 2, 1. Whichever of them I allow to live. I probably want to allow this one to live rather than this one because it will put a little less pressure. So let's try deleting that one. And let's try letting this one be 7, 2, 1 going down in orange. I'll do that and that like that. So that's not a 1 anymore. Okay, and so now, if this is not deleted, what is it? So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So could it be 6? No, because there's a 6 in the row. It's not 7. Wait. Oh, this would be 8. So if this is not deleted, it's only 8. So do we want to allow this to be 8, 2? Maybe? We're going to have a lot of deleted space somewhere. I think we're never going to make it through this puzzle without having a lot of deleted space. But maybe we'll be able to figure out a nice way to like handle the deleted space. But let's that would stop green from growing. Let's see. Right, this can't be a 4 anymore. That's true. Yeah, this being a whole, MicroStudy is pointing out, probably makes this argument in this box a little bit easier. We could rewind all the way back to where we did this and actually just say, you know what, screw it, I'm just deleting this whole row, that probably leaves me a little bit more flexibility. And removing cells from the corner doesn't help you so much geometrically. Replace nines with zeros is an option. That was actually one of the things I also contemplated, was like maybe if I replace nines with zeros. The gray cells are intended to be given, yes, Ransk. So I intend to tell people in advance, yes, what cells are there. But we're sort of at the moment we're deducing where they have to be. Yeah, the break-in would assuredly be much different if zeros were allowed, because you can have a 5-cell 10-sum within a single box if you're allowed zeros. Okay, is this still a naked 9 if I let it be? Let's see, because this is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. Yeah, this is a naked 9 if I let it be anything. So let's let it be a 9 and see if maybe now that we have this going on over here, maybe this being a 9 isn't quite so forcing. So this is now a naked 9. That's going to connect to a 1 in one of these cells. Let's see. If the 9 grows right, right. Because in this row, the point is in this row, I've used all the lows. So if the 9 grows right, this cell is nothing, because if it wanted to be something, it would have to grow right, and then that's not possible. So if I just make this cell not gray, it actually forces that this finishes like that. And so this is a thing, whatever it is, and it has to grow down for sure. Like that. And so then the question is, how many of these am I making gray? I at least want to make one of them gray. Because I don't want to sort of contemplate. I don't want to force these to be a 5 and a 9. That feels a little bit too much. So interestingly, if this is a domino, what is it? So if this is only a domino, it's not 2, 8, or 4, 6. And it's not 3, 7. So if this is a domino, it's 1, 9. Which is kind of interesting. 7, 1, 2 would also be okay. Do I want to just delete this cell too to leave myself sort of the maximum flexibility? I don't hate aesthetically just deleting stuff out of this corner. I worry that by the time I get down here, I'm not going to have any digits left to use, and I'm going to have to just delete the whole bottom row or something. I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but we'll cross the bridge when we come to it. We might have to do some really crazy, like Cat's Cradle-esque digits only see across one box border and not all the way through the row or something. Or make it a 6x9. That's also a possibility. It is an amusing possibility that these 3 circles are needed for the break-in, and then everything else just resolves by where the gray cells are. Okay. What is a quattro quadri? I do not know what that is. This is not a 1, so that's not a 4. Oh, digits only see as far as their value. Oh, that is delightfully psychopathic. I love it. Uh, uh, yeah, so there's a lot of options for this. How many of those options disappear if I don't delete this cell? Uh, yeah, 523 is not possible. Yeah, so this. I guess I should fill in. This cell can only be by the row 5, 7, or 9. Uh, uh, I do kind of love the idea of having every corner deleted. That is cute. Uh, I mean, you could argue that this is a 3 in a corner. Uh, if you were particularly so inclined. Uh, I'm noticing that if blue grows down and is a domino, it can only be 2, 8. Uh, let's see. And we've managed to fill an awful lot of the real estate in the first 3 rows. Yeah, breaks are a good idea. I should probably stretch real fast. That is a good idea. Thank you, Jay. I'm gonna stretch real fast and come back, and we'll look at seeing if we can make this happen. Uh, I will be back in just a moment. All right, stretching and looking at my garden accomplished. Uh, all right, so there's some discussion about does this cell always have to be a 2? Uh, or sorry, does this cell always have to be a 1? Uh, and I think I probably believe that. Jim was asking about like what about some more complicated like things with repeating digits or whatever. Uh, and I don't think you can quite make it work without that being a 1, because if this isn't a 1, I guess its minimum is 2. Yeah, digits just haven't happened to repeat in clumps yet. Uh, uh, but if purple does turn right, then the minimum sum here is 5, which means certainly this would have to be a 0. So purple can't turn right if it doesn't just sort of finish here. Uh, oh, it could turn right here, I suppose. Uh, oh, if it turns right here, then these could be 2-1. Okay, 2-1-2. Okay, right. It could do that. Uh, that's kind of fun. I like that. Uh, uh, I could probably delete like a plus out of the central box. Almost. Oh, I can't quite because of blue. But I can delete a lot out of the central box to sort of free up some room for stuff when we go around to what's happening. Uh, uh, row 3, column 9 has to be deleted. Yeah. So yeah, because this would be so the possibilities. This goes 5, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. And then Garion is claiming this now has to be deleted, which certainly seems very plausible to me. Because the digits that are left in this row. Yeah, why couldn't this go 7 and then 3? Have we broken this being 4-1 now at this point? Let's see. I think it could be 7 with a 3, at which point then this has become 4 with a 1. I am curious what we're going to do with blue here, but we might just let it figure itself out eventually. So let's see. We can just write in. Let's follow Josh's advice and just write in candidates here. It's going to be 1 or 2 for sure. Can't be 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 because that would be too big. So yeah, this is only 1 or 2. Yeah, it is interesting. How are we supposed to use circles when circles are so sort of forcing if they happen in the middle of the grid? Is an interesting question. Could put a circle here, I guess, and sort of start a whole branch over here. We could do that whole cogito genre and say that we're only going to use the digits 1 through 4, but say that the digits 1 through 4 can show up twice in every row or column or something. Let's see, circle in row 3, column 8. How much are we deleting around row 3, column 8 to make that true? Deleting that cell, maybe, and that cell, probably. Yeah, it's going to force a lot of deleting, and I'm okay to do a lot of deleting. I just want to make sure that the lot of deleting we do doesn't sort of like force everything just by nature of how it's deleted. But let's see. So what is left in this row? Still got 1 and 2. And then 7 and 8. Let's see. Row 2, column 7, being a circle would force it to be 5. That's true. This just literally is a 5 at the moment. So this would be 5, and that would force purple to grow. And so purple would have to either grow down and be something like 1, 4, or grow over here and then maybe do the whole like bendy business. Let's see. Yeah, we could also try a circle here, where it's sort of a little more pushed up. Because it would be a 1. Oh, it only sees 4 clumps now. Okay, sorry. That's actually interesting. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so if this would be a 5. Okay, so that actually, sorry. So Garion, I like this. Sorry. And somehow in my brain this was already 5, but it's not. That's a 5. If I make this a circle, which means that this is not purple, and is some other newfangled yellow, and this would have to be purple. And now purple would be done because of that. This would need to be a 3 or 4. Oh, it couldn't be a 3 or it couldn't be a 3. So this would have to be a 4 and a 1 actually. So that would be a 4. Sorry, that would not be a 4. So this could be 2, 3, or 2, 1, 2 is still hanging out there as a possibility. So let's see. What is allowed out of this digit? This is allowed to be 2, not 3, 4, 5, or 6. So this is allowed to be 2, 7, or 8. And I guess these could be 2, 8. There's no reason these can't be 2, 8, actually. Okay, let's see. And so a circle here, Sarah is pointing out, would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it would force this to be something else. It would force blue to go down. Is also interesting. Does that break? I kind of have been wanting to make green come over. I don't see how to make green come over necessarily yet. But I kind of like this being 2, 1, 2, although that eats up so many low digits, it's probably not possible. Yeah, there was some funky math going on here. Gray cells don't get digits, Ximena. Let's see. Okay, so DWeb says if I delete row 5, column 5, it makes blue horizontal. Right, because this would need to be something. Okay, so let's try that. Because if I delete this now, this has to be something, is DWeb's point, unless I also delete that. And so now blue comes over here. Yeah, deleting row 5, column 5 is just an easy victory. So is it possible that these 3 sum to 5? They would need to be 2, 3, 5 exactly, because they would have they'd be a 3-cell sum without a 1. So does it work? That would be the 3. That would be the 5, and that would be the 2. Let me just fill that in and see if that works. 3, 5, 5, 2, 2, 3. I think, unfortunately, that seems plausible to me. But certainly the last 2 or 3 for the row is here. So anything that goes over here is high. Row 4, column 7 circle. Yeah, saying this is a 4. That could be interesting. If I delete this cell, it actually forces if I delete this cell, am I allowing both green to come over here and blue to come down here? Are both of those possible? Because I kind of like the idea of deleting this cell. So 212 would make this 3-7. It would be 7 and 3. Or this could be the 2-3-5 sort of arrangement that we had before. We could probably disambiguate between them with a circle. If we wanted to say which of those is what happens. Let's see. Okay, let's explore this. So in this world, this is blue or green. And so weirdly enough, this is a 2 in both visions of the future. Is there some reasonable way to see that isn't a weird look ahead? Because I am amused by it, by sort of seeing that this is either 5-2-1-2 or 5, or this is 5-2. Sorry, or this is 5-3-2. No, sorry, 5-2-3. Yeah, that I think that's probably a hair too cute. Is my general inclination. Might be something you could do with a circle or something to make it true. Let's see. So if this is anything, if these two sum to 5, they're a 2-3 pair. Which seems like the kind of thing I could do something with. Circle in row 4, column 5 is interesting. Maybe I should entertain what's going to happen over here if I don't delete this, because we haven't really thought about this cell yet. But let's sort of think about this. So if this is a 2-3 pair, this can only be a 4-6 pair, and it would have to go 6 and 4 if it was a domino. I don't quite know what to do with that. Yeah, it would have to be 6 there and 4 there, or... Oh, maybe it is forced to be a domino, actually. It might just be forced to be a domino, because this is a minimum of 6. And if I try and make these two sum to less than 4, to sum to 4 or less, then I now have 4 cells summing to 9 at most. That doesn't work. So this would be a domino. So if I don't delete row 4, column 1, this is a 6 and this is a 4. Right. If neither of these is a 2, then these are a 1-3 pair. And that would require a 1 somewhere where I very much cannot put a 1. So yeah, so one of these is a 2. That's cool. Oh, it could be 5-4-1. Oh, it could be 5-4-1. Oh, you're totally right. I just missed that this could be 5. But that is fun. So but this still has to be at least 5. And this digit is therefore at most 4. So this is 1, 2, 3, or 4, and it's certainly not 1. Let's see. Oh, and not 2 because of Rank's point that one of these is always a 2. Nikolai, it's because this is a 2 or a 3, but I need a 2 or a 3 in blue. because if neither of these two cells is a 2 or a 3, then this domino sums to too much. Oh yeah, this could still be 7. Right? I can still do 7, 3, I think. Manu is pointing out. I think that's right. I certainly know that orange doesn't come down. Let's see. We've got all this stuff going on in here that's kind of interesting. Oh, let's see. Okay, so Ranksk is asking if 212 actually would break green. Because green would then be 7 and 3. I think 7, 3 is okay. Okay, so Jim is pointing out that if this is 7, 3, then now this is forced to be 2, 1, 2. And now this has no value. So Jim is correct. This can't really be 7. Which is a very good spot. Yeah, so this is one of those things where it's sort of like, I know now that this can't be 7. I don't really want to subject a solver to that. So sort of it's like, okay, it's not really 7. So it's always a question of, do I just delete the 7 so that I know it's not 7, or do I leave the 7 there because I don't want the solver to do that? It's a little bit tricky to know. So this is either gray or it's yellow, right? I think I'd probably prefer to just delete it. Over doing this. I never have a number of stars of difficulty that I'm aiming for. My gut is that it's probably going to be a 3 if I were to say, like, at the moment, but I don't have a I never sort of set out with a, like, except for very rarely. Yeah, okay, so so I was thinking about deleting this. But Josh is noting I can actually do something very interesting with this cell. If this cell is not deleted, then the thing it's part of is either this, in which case it's a 1, or it grows down to something, and then that domino would need a 1. So there's always a 1 in one of these two cells if this cell's not deleted. So I actually like that. So if we assume this cell's not deleted, it actually forces this to be a 2-3 pair, which then forces this to be a 4. Forces this cell to be, well, it doesn't necessarily force it to be blue, it just forces it to not be green, because green's done now. Certainly means this isn't a 7 anymore. And so this is either a 1 to make this 5, 4, 1, or alternatively, it is part of a new domino with a 1 in it. In any event, any other digits in this box are high. Okay, contemplating a circle in this cell is what Jays is suggesting, which I think is a very reasonable thing to suggest. Sort of have a very weird corner mark that I know that one of these is a 1. I only say it's very weird because I don't even know if I'm going to delete this cell or anything like that, or delete that cell or delete that cell. So it's weird to have a corner mark, but row 5, column 2. Okay, so what can it possibly be? It could be 1. It can't be 2, 3, or 4. Is there any universe where it's a 5? Maybe. No, it can't possibly be a 5. Right. If this digit is 5 or higher, then it's going to take this cell and then add 1 to this cell. And then the problem is, now this cell, and this cell, I know are all at least 5. And so it could not take them. And so either this is an orange 1, or this is a 9 and that's a 1, and that's a domino. Right? I think that's true. So yeah, so I think this cell is only 1 or 9, actually. Sorry, you're right. It could be the 1, right. It could be the 1 from the 1, 9 that's there. So now if this cell's not deleted, it's big. Do I want to take advantage of that, or do I want to just delete it? I don't know, but I know that I think I know that these two never connect. Yeah, I know that these two never connect because of this. So if this is part of it, if this is not empty, it grows down and doesn't connect there. Because if it connects there, it does awful things to this cell. So I kind of actually like that. I kind of want to say that this is not deleted, and so it grows down and does that. What genre am I 10 clumping next, microstudy? Is it better or worse than the U-Bahn I tried to make with this rule set? Okay, and so now this cell certainly can't take that, or this yellow certainly can't take that because of this. That is straight out. And it is very possible that like 15 clumps or something would be better. Okay, so if this cell, if yellow keeps going, then this is forced to be 2, 3, 5, which would be interesting, I think. That would have to be the 5, right? Is this breaking? If yellow, I think I'm almost definitely deleting this cell. If I don't delete this cell, then I think this could be 2, 3, 5. That's what I started with, Ranks. Actually, I started with the idea that you would just fill digits in them. But it felt a little messy. I don't know why. It didn't feel right. But I spent about 2 days trying to make that rule set work, Ranks. So 2, 3, 5 might work here. I think we're definitely deleting this cell. So I kind of just want to delete it and just not think about it anymore. I think we're almost certainly deleting that cell as well, but I don't know yet. I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it later. If this is not deleted, Josh is pointing out it's not 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, or 6. So this would be, if this is not deleted, it's a 7, 8, or 9. Yeah, the not breaking Sudoku is part of why I was doing this. If I would break the Sudoku, I just delete a cell. That was sort of the motivation here, was that I could get like the best of the whole Japanese sums world by doing this. But yeah, if you made it a Kakuru, then you wouldn't have a problem there. Yeah, if this were a 7, it would need to be like part of a 7, 2, 1. but the 2 certainly couldn't be there. And so then the 2 would have to go there. But now the 1 has to go somewhere it can't go. So this just actually can't be a 7. For what it's worth. Let's see. But even if this exact rule set doesn't work, I feel like this idea is working out in an interesting way. Yeah, let's see. Garian's saying if this isn't deleted, then yellow can't grow, because if yellow grows, it would be 2, 3, 5. That would be 6 and 4. Right. And so that would eat up all the lows in both of these columns. And so if this was not deleted, it would need to find a low. It would need to grab one of the lows, and it can't grab it from that column. So it'd have to grab it from this column. Yep, I agree. So let's do that. Uh, uh, Oh, 7 is possible here if you do 7, 1, 2. Wow, that is smart. Both Sarah and Nordy have seen that. 7, 1, 2. I don't know why I didn't see that, but yeah, I think I agree. I think 7, 1, 2 is an option. Yeah, Trisha's also saying that. Yeah, I think this could be a 7. Uh, 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 yeah, we do still have to be careful about blue and whether blue is going to grow or not. As if blue does grow, it's 2, 3, 5. So interestingly, if blue grows, then orange doesn't grow. Uh, so is it at all worth mentioning that these are from 2, 3, 5, 7, 8? Because this is either going to be 2, 3, 5, or it's going to be 2, 8, or 3, 7. Those are the only options, and this one's certainly never 2 or 3. And so this one's always 2 or 3, actually. For what it's worth. Yeah, the circles are certainly a. It's interesting how much we've been able to do without adding many circles, but I do think more circles would be a good idea. Let's see. Nordy wants to try making this a circle. So let's just try that and see. No, my fear of that is it's going to break, or it's going to ruin the sort of break-in over here. I'm a little worried. Maybe not. Maybe it's sort of innocuous enough that you're not actually going to be able to get any information out of it. So it's at minimum a 3. And if this cell is MicroStudy says, yeah, it does bypass something. Yeah, let's see. Ranks is suggesting this being a circle. So this already sees 3 things. So this would need to be a 3. Oh, right. The pink, originally it was interesting to prove that the pink couldn't grow down. Yeah, it does count itself. That was one of the things I wasn't originally sure about, but I decided I thought I wanted it to count itself. Let's see here. For a circle is interesting. Here for a circle says there's 4 total things, and it currently sees 3 already. So it would say there's only one more color in all of these cells. Uh, Now, of course, I could delete as many of those cells as I wanted, and that would be okay. Uh, I kind of want to just delete that cell, but let's see. Well, you'd say if you wanted it to not count itself, you'd say doesn't count its own 10 regions. So you'd say number of other clumps or something like that. Uh, let's see. No, I did do that for a while in the Philomeno version of this, but I don't think the world wants the Philomeno version of this, let me tell you. Uh, let's see. So yeah, this could be 78 or 23. So J40 was telling me if this is 28, this cell just has to be deleted. Because if this is 28, then this cell and the cell below it need a low digit if they, in the hypothetical world where they don't do that, and the low digit would have to be a 4, so that would be a 4, and this digit would be not a 6, it would have to be a 5, but then there's no place for it to get a 1. The only reason, Jim, that can't work is there's a 1 corner marked into one of these cells. So if this was 2/8, this has to be deleted. The 1 corner mark is forced because there's 2 possibilities for this cell, one of which is that it's part of orange, in which case it's a 1. The other possibility is that it's a 9. If it's on its own, the only digit it can be is a 9. This is, by the way, assuming this cell's not deleted. Yeah, I'm assuming here that this cell's not deleted. This was all under the assumption that I was not deleting this cell. So yeah, so blue is 235 or 37. Unless we delete this cell, in which case then it's allowed to be 28, I think. Yeah, if we decide we want to gray this cell, we have to back up a good bit. Oh darn! It's too late to add anti-night to do this. Let's try the holoning of row 6, column 4, and see what happens. And see if this blows up. So so if we hole this, then now blue takes this cell, because nothing else can. Which is now an interesting sort of consequence of other things that we've done. So now this is 235, but that's the 3. So that's the 2. So that's the 2 there. That's the 3. That's the 5 there. That's a 6. So now now we get a border around this because now it really does add to that. So now this is either a 9 with a 1. Or a 1 with a something else. Let's see. Could it be a 1 leading into something less than 9? Is that possible, or are these now forced to be a 1-9 pair? It has to be a domino. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I guess these certainly have to be something. Let's Right. The point is, I remember now. So the point is it can't take either of these cells because there's only high digits left, right? Because if it tries to take a cell down, it's got 2 digits that aren't 1, 2, 3, 4. And if it tries to take a cell here, then it's got 2 digits that aren't 1, 2, 3, 4. So right. So this is forced to be a domino, and the only domino it can be is 1, 9. Okay, so let's do. Let's put some carnival cake in here. So this would now be a 1, 9. Okay. And so now we're really sort of in this column, we now have real stuff going on. So now everything's going to have to go over here. See, if this is something, what is it? So it can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this would have to be a 7 or an 8. And it would have to be a 7. Oh, yeah, and I can't do 7 either. Neither works. So, yeah, so this just has to be deleted in this world. That's okay. I'm not going to mourn the loss of row 6, column 3. I don't think row 6, column 3 was ever a particularly interesting cell that we were making exciting deductions about. Let's see. Okay, so sorry, row 6, column 3. So let's see. So what if I put a circle here and assume I'm not deleting this cell? I really want to force this to be 2, 3, 5. Yeah, let's try this and see if this breaks or not. Because now this cell, so this already sees yellow and carnival cake. There's no way these two cells are part of the same region, right? If these two were part of the same region, that region would look like this, and that's already broken because there's no way those two are part of the same region. So this would have to be a 3 because that cell is another color. But then because of the fact that these two can't be the same color, that one has to be a color that's already seen, so it has to be yellow. So that would be a 2, and that would be a 5. That's the only way that would work. And now we'd have this would be something. Some other color. Let's do another green in there. It certainly would not go down in any circumstance. Surprise stream. Yes, hey, Selena. I hope you're doing well. So this would also be green and would have to be low. Yeah, there's going to be... That cell's getting deleted no matter what. Is there any way I get away with not deleting this cell is the question. Because I would like to get away with not deleting this cell, but I might not be able to. Oh, right, I have to delete this cell because otherwise this would be this would be too big. But if I delete that cell, then this whole deduction wasn't interesting because then... deducing that this had to be yellow didn't do me a whole lot because it was going to have to be yellow just from the deleting. So I guess I guess that circle doesn't quite do the thing that I had hoped it would do. Tragically. Yeah, that's interesting. So let's just assume for a second, let's just do the experiment of assuming we're not deleting this cell. Actually, let's do this a different way. Can I delete that cell instead and then put a circle here? No, because then these two can be the same color, right? Yeah, that, yeah, Ambrose, I'm not too worried about deleting a bunch of cells. The only thing I'm worried about is having it be so obvious from what cells are deleted, what exactly the structure of the thing is going to look like. But I think if we just filled in like the deleted cells on a blank grid, I don't think it would be obvious it was going to look like this particular thing. But I sort of feel like the cells we're deleting are sort of like the last 20 digits you would fill into a Sudoku puzzle, but you usually fill in the last 20 digits in about 20 seconds anyway. So I figure we're not losing much if we delete 20-ish cells from the grid, depending. Okay, so what about a circle at row 8, column 1 instead? Okay, so certainly... yeah, Jay is right. If I deleted this cell, it would have forced a lot of what we did up here, and that would be sad. If I look at this... then we don't have too much. Yeah, we use some dead ends for the break-in. So all of these were sort of part of the break-in. And then we have this sort of incidental one, but I think it's worthwhile. But yeah, I agree. The thing with Jay is the thing I'm trying to avoid is having too many of these that I don't intend. Let's see. So 2, 3, or 5. Yeah. I think before we can put a circle here, we need to decide what we're deleting. So it's worth noting, and every single cell here we don't delete is going to force a domino over. Yeah, so let's not entertain the possibility of not deleting that cell, because I think deleting that cell... and this we want not to delete because it would sort of force stuff. So we can make that green and say that goes over there. And now this is at least a 5. It's not a 9. It's not an 8 either, because then that would have to be a 2. It's not a... oh, it could maybe be a 7 if that's a 1. No, there's nowhere for a 2. It can't be a 7 either. So this has to be a 5 or a 6. Okay, and presumably if I don't delete this cell, I get the same story. Oh, maybe not quite. No, I don't get quite the same story with this one. So if I don't delete this cell, then I've got a... this could still be 5, 6, but I think this one could still be 7 or 8 because it could grab a 2, 3 over here. This is only a 1 or a 4. Although, is this being a 1 even possible? I don't even think this being a 1 is possible, actually. I think this is forced to be a 4. Because I think just examining what happens if this is a 1, I think it doesn't work. Oh, 5, 1, 4. Right, I could put the 4 in the other direction. I don't know why I keep getting that stuck. Yeah, Ranks is suggesting something smart, which is you could force something to grab a 2, and the 2 is going to have to be from quite far away, potentially. Yeah, I mean, box 9 might be entirely gray. I mean, I'm not averse to box 9 having mostly gray by the time we get there. That's okay to me. I don't think that's going to ruin the aesthetics of the grid. We might, like, just as a just because we can, we might do a version of this where we blank it out and just look at what this grid would look like to someone who is solving the puzzle for the first time. So we can just see and make sure that this isn't heinous or anything. So let's see those. those. Keeping in mind that the way the deleted cells appear will look slightly better in the final version. And we've got circle, 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 circle. Yeah, so that's sort of like what a... Oh, sorry, there's a row 1, column 5. I just didn't copy that one. So I think like this doesn't look like having that many deleted cells. I don't think makes it look like, oh, there's like hardly a Sudoku puzzle happening here or anything like that. I think I am content with what this looks like and how much sort of deduced geometry there is from that sort of bare bones kind of setup. I am pretty happy with that. So if orange takes this cell, it's also a 1 or a 4. I suppose is the point. If orange takes this cell, then this would be a 2 or a 3. So whether this is deleted or not is going to have a pretty big impact, I think, because if this is not deleted, it's also going to have to escape over here, and that's going to have to be a 4, and that's going to force an enormous amount. Unless I delete this, but not this, but I'm not going to do that. So I think I probably just want to just delete this cell and just not think about it. Could be a vertical 1, 9. Yeah, this could be a vertical. Yeah, so maybe I don't delete either, and I allow for the possibility that this is a vertical 1, 9. Right. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, this would have to be a 1 or a 4, but yeah, then it could still grab the 9 there. Okay. If we circle row 8, column 1, it has to be a 3. Right. Okay. I like that, Laura. Let's try doing that. So if I put a circle here, now this is a 3 and a 2, which makes that a which makes that not a 7, but I don't think I know exactly what happens yet. Does this somehow not tell me whether it's going with orange or yellow yet? I think this somehow doesn't tell me whether it's going with orange or yellow yet, which is funny. I like learning that this has to be a 3. So that certainly tells me that only 1 and 4 are left in the box. Right. This can't be 8 anymore. That's true. So it's only 5, 6, or 7. Could just get away with being 6 if we want 6, 3, 1. Oh, I don't think that works, actually. Oh, but maybe I could do 6, 1, something. Yeah, I don't think this 6 is ever working. Not that I'm, like, ecstatic by sort of the case checking that this being 6 doesn't work, but I think it's true. Oh, this could be 6, 4, and this could be 5, 1, 4. That would work. 6, 4, and 5, 1, 4, I think works. Yeah, I think that's okay. Do we want to delete this cell? Because this cell I consider essentially free to delete. And the reason for that is just it's connected to the boundary, so it's not really adding any additional geometric constraints if I delete this cell. So I kind of want to delete it. And if I don't delete it, then I am sort of left with this option that this is either a 1 or a 4, or we could have the sort of like the 9, 1 vertical, 7, 3 horizontal option that was discussed earlier, which is possible. Okay, so Jay is thinking, and I like this suggestion. What if this is a cell we delete? What does that mean for this cell? Because the point is, this cell, uh, if it goes up or down, it gets a 4 in it because it needs a low digit. But then what is the high digit that goes with it? Well, it'd have to be a 5 or a 6, but neither of those is available. So this could not go up or down. It could only extend left. So these two would be in the same omino. I think we'd be pretty sure that omino wasn't green. And so the question would be, is that omino orange or not? So these two would be joined. Let's see. And does this depend on if we also whether we delete this? Because the thing I'm noticing is if we don't delete this, I know there's a low in one of those two. It's 1 low, 2 lows, 3 lows, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess that would be 8 lows for these two columns, and there are 8 lows in the two columns, so that might be okay. I really like that deduction, though. That's really slick. So I want to keep it if we can. This idea here of saying, what about this? Can it really be orange? Isn't that the 51464 that people were talking about before? I think that this orange being 514, I think works. I don't know how much more graying I'm doing down here. Like, I could just gray all of that and just not worry about that part anymore. Is one thing that's sort of tempting. And then let the bottom row be what box 9 gets to mess with as we sort of get there over time. Because I think we could do stuff down here, but I don't know that we could do this. Yeah, I mean, I in my brain, I think I was thinking of deleting this, which is like one of the weird things about setting a puzzle like this. When someone's solving it, they of course will know every cell that has been deleted, but I don't know what cells have been deleted. So when I'm making deductions, part of it is based on like, what things am I assuming are undeleted in order to make these deductions is interesting. Okay, so Ranks is suggesting if we force this to take a 2 over here, if that would be interesting. So if I don't delete this cell, it's assuredly not joining these, right? Is that true? Maybe that's not even true. Well, the minimum sum here is 5. Okay, the minimum sum here is 5. Maybe this could join that, actually. I don't know that it can't. I don't think. I know it's not joining green, I think. Yeah, I know it's not joining green. Okay, so so Jay's pointing out, yes, I do actually know that these don't join, because if these two join, the minimum sum is not 1, 4, because that's a 1 or a 4. It would be 1, 7, which is 8, and this digit is at least 4, so that doesn't work. So this definitely doesn't take the cell below it. So if we go with Rank's suggestion of leaving this in, this is forced to go over here. And so now we know there's a 1 low digit, 2 low digits, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would be all the low digits. So that would immediately give me that this was a 6 and this was a 4. Just on the basis of that alone. Green assuredly couldn't take this cell now because this cell is no longer able to be low because I need because again, I've eaten all the low digits here. So green would actually stop there and stop there. And so I think that would force this to be 4, 6. Why wasn't 3, 7, 4, 6, 1, 9 in box 7 possible? Naverio, because this cell couldn't grab a cell above or below. This cell was forced by that being gray to grab the cell to its left. So it was actually this cell in box 8. That was J40's suggestion. That was a very cool deduction. So orange now. Can orange still take this and go 5, 1, 4? That doesn't sound good because that's eating 2 lows, which I think is going to be all the last lows because the only low here is 1 and the only low here is 4. If I eat both lows, neither of these is low, and that's a problem. So orange can't take these 2 anymore. So orange would take that cell, and this would be a 7. In a way, a little disappointing that sort of the generic thing happened, but what can we do? So this now, it either has a 1 here or a 4 here. Is a 4 here a problem? I think so, because a 4 here would want to go with a 6 there, because this certainly doesn't grow up, regardless of whether this cell is inhabited or not. This cell can't grow up. Because that would be adding a second high digit to it, and I can't have 2 high digits. So this is a domino, so that's not the 4, and therefore this is the 1, and that's the 9. And now this pair needs a low digit. Oh, this doesn't help, did it? Oh, no, I can make... No, I think this breaks. Because I think my argument that this couldn't be a 4 also tells me that this can't be a 4. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. This can be a 4. This digit can be a 5. Oh, no, it can't. Sorry. That 5 should camouflage itself slightly better so that that can still be a 5. Right. So, yeah. So this can't be a 4. Okay, so this doesn't work. So, I think that means that we're going to reluctantly, sorry, ranks, delete all of these cells. Let's just ditch all of those. Just so that we don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I don't necessarily have to delete these. I was mostly just thinking that if I was going to delete this, I might as well delete those, but we don't have to. It's certainly true. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if at the end it turns out that the gray cells would actually solve. I suspect the answer is going to be no, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. We shall see. Yeah, my instinct is no, but just yesterday I was talking about something very similar to this with Mixo, and it turned out that something not entirely dissimilar did solve, so I don't know how much of that is true. Okay, I need a low in one of these, which means either that's a 4 or that's a 1, for whatever that is worth. But I don't quite know what to do with that. So I guess the question is, can orange still grab these 2? Because if orange grabs these 2, I think it's still forced to be 5, 1, 4, right? Yeah, it would be forced to be 5, 1, 4. Tesseralis. So the reason why non-standard Sudoku for this is because this rule is very uninteresting if I need to have nines connecting everywhere, because nines can only go with ones. So that's why. Okay, so MicroStudy is saying maybe I should not gray this and see what happens. So if I don't gray this, could it possibly connect up is question 1. So certainly in the instance that it does, that would be a 4. And that would need to be a 1. So it would have to be 4, 1, and 5, and that doesn't work. So this could not connect up, although I don't think it's super clean to see. But if this connects up, I think it doesn't work. So this would have to connect right. These would be separated. And these I would know almost nothing about. I don't think I have all the lows accounted for yet, right? That is 6 lows. Yeah, I have a 7th low accounted for here, but I have an 8th low floating in these 2 columns. So this could still be low. Let's see. Yeah, right. This can't grow up either. For again the reason that Ambrose is saying, which is that any 2 vertical cells in this column, because 1, 2, and 3 and 5 are gone, and there's a 4, 6 here, any pair are going to immediately sum to more than 10, because it'll be a minimum of 4, 7. So yeah, so certainly, whether this is deleted or not, this certainly doesn't go up. Okay, so so this is either a domino or it joins that. The natural pressure is going to be on it being a domino, because that's going to put the least pressure on other things. If this cell isn't deleted, does that do anything interesting? I don't know. I will be honest, I do not know. Oh yeah, there's a 4-6 deadly pattern that is dangerous. That is dangerous. So yeah, so if this were a yeah, if these work out to be a 4-6 pair, then that's not going to work. I could gray both of those cells, and that would force it to not be a 4-6 deadly pattern. It might also break the puzzle, but it would at least force those to not be a 4-6 deadly pattern. Can resolve it if green grows right. Do I know if green grows right? Or if orange connects right. Yeah, the circle in row 9, column 5 could maybe resolve it if we got really lucky. Yeah, that's also possible. Row 8, column 3 is always 1 or 4. So if this digit is high, then it can only be a 6. With that being a 4. Oh, no, sorry. 6 is not possible. Right, okay. So this digit just can't be high, because if this digit was high, it couldn't connect to orange, so it'd have to connect right, but the only low digit available in this column is 4. And spoiler, 6 is already in the column, as I eventually saw, so this digit actually has to be low. It has to be the 1 or the 4. So this digit here, then, is either 6 or 9 if these are a domino, or it is itself 4 if these are a 5-1-4 combo, which is the combination I think I prefer, but I think it's probably the combination I'm not going to get. Yeah, those two 1-4s definitely have a border between them because the minimum sum of those would be too many. What does green grow right? So if green grows right, it would have to grow right as 5-1-4. Do I know now that green doesn't become 5-1-4 somehow? If green were to be 5-1-4, then this could be 6-4-7-3. That all works out, right? What is row 8 then? 4-6 in column 4. Oh, right. Okay, so yeah, that being a 4-6 is really interesting. Okay, so if green grows, then that becomes a 4 and a 1, and so that's a 6, and so that's the 4, that's the 1, and so now this is a 9 and a 1, and I've put two 1s there. Okay, so green doesn't grow, right? Okay. Yeah, agree the border drawing tool will look much nicer in whatever final version of this puzzle I make. So yeah, so green can't grow right because of that 4-6. That's really interesting. And so therefore green is 4-6 because it's done. So therefore this is a 1. This is no longer able to be 6. This can't... Oh no, this could be 7 if it connects left. And it could be 5 if it connects right. Can this be 6 anymore? I don't think so, right? This being 6 is just no longer an option. Because 6 plus 1 and 6 plus 1 plus 5 and 6 plus 1 plus 7 are all not equal to 10. Yeah, so here we've presumably undeleted, or we've presumably made this cell undeleted, because otherwise this whole deduction is not super exciting. Okay, so this cell is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 7, 8, or 9, whatever it is. And so that can extend to the right, meaning that this is... Oh, this cell's always 1, right? Because this needs to be at most 3, but it's not a 2 or a 3. So this digit's always a 1. And so this being an 8 is just right out. So this could maybe be 7, 1, 2, or it's just 9, 1. Oh, right. 2. There's a 2 in this box. So actually, this is just 9, 1. Which then resolves... this is a 4, which comes back and resolves that this was actually orange all along. This may break the ever-living daylights out of these cells. We'll find out in a second. So that's yellow. That's a 5. That's a 6 and a 4. So we've got that, and that, and that, and that. And so now, what is this? So this is certainly growing at least one cell here. Oh, yeah, we'll just make these yellow. What is this? Just delete all the remaining cells and call it good. Yeah, I mean, that was basically the plan, was that, yeah, I'll just delete all the remaining cells and at some point and then call it good. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so 7 and 8 are the two digits that are left. This being 7. This is certainly a 2. Right, this being 7 doesn't work because this is certainly a 2, but then I can't get far enough for a 1. So that's 8, 2. I know where ranks would propose I put the betting tree of this puzzle. That 2 looks up, makes that an 8 and a 2. Okay, so that was all serendipitous, we'll say. Okay, I think there is no shame in deleting this cell, because this cell has yes, Josh is right. Now the gray cells are definitely unfillable because I can't put an 8 anywhere in this box. Okay, if I don't put a digit here, it's fine. So I could gray this, because I at no point really contemplated what would happen. But if I don't gray it, then what happens is that this digit is the high one. So this digit would have to be low. And so the only low digit available is 4. And it can't be 5 here. So this would have to be 6, 4 exactly. So if I don't delete this cell, this would have to be 6, 4 exactly. But my inclination here is to just delete it rather than letting that be a focus of things. So I'm probably going to delete this cell. This cell being undeleted, though, I really like, and here's why. This cell, if it's low, can only be a 3. This cell, if it's low, can only be a nothing because it sees 1, 3, and 4 in the column and it sees 2 in the row. So if this cell, is not deleted, then it can't grow there, is what I just argued. Wait, did I just argue that? What did I actually argue? I just argued that if it does grow here, this cell isn't low, so this one is. And if it grows up, this is not low either. So this cell's always low, so it's always a 3, is the point. Because whether this cell grows up, that cell sees 1, 2, 3, 4, or grows right, that cell sees 1, 2, 3, 4. This has to be the low, and so it has to be a 3. But now that means one of these two has to be a 7, right? Or could I do a 3-5-2 in some complicated way? I might be able to do a 3-5-2 in a complicated way. Like I could do a 3-5-2 like that, for example. I've now made it so that regardless of what happens with these cells, these definitely don't connect. 3-6-1 growing right. Oh, 3-6-1 growing right works. Yep, 3-6-1 does. Yep. So if I don't gray either or both of these cells, they definitely don't connect. Yeah, there's already a 5 here and a 5 there. So yeah, but 3-6-1 would work, provided I did it across like that. 5 in column 7 already. Green always goes right. If green go... Oh, right, because there's the 7. I didn't see the 7. Yeah, so if green grows up, what is it going to be? It's going to have to be 3-6, and then there's nothing to do. So yeah, so green can't grow up for sure. So here we go. Green always grows right. Okay, is this now just unfillable? If I don't gray this, do I have a problem, is I guess my question. So if I say purple this, purple would have to expand over here. The low digit in purple would have to be 2 and would have to go there. And now purple's broken, right? Because this can't be an 8 because there's an 8 in the box. And there's no way I can make this digit... Like, the lowest this digit could be is 6. And And 6-2 doesn't sound like it's getting me to a finished thing. So I have to delete this cell, and I'm not... I guess I'm a little sad about it because we deduced that this had to be a 3, but I'm not super sad about it because the real point that I liked was that the 2 and that together said that that had to be low. So this is a 6 or a 7. Yeah, the boxes are really obscured by the way that this is the way we've been notating this. I think I'll be able to present it in a way that won't happen to actual solvers, but who knows? Okay, if this is a digit, do I know what digit it is? It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 8 or 9. So this would be 5, 6, or 7, and it's not a 7. So this would be 5 or 6. Oh, it's not a 6. Okay, this is a naked 5 if it's anything. So this is either a 5 or a nothing. Do I have a preference between it being a 5 and it being a nothing? So that digit is not low. So if this were a 5, it would have to go 5... Oh, this digit being a 5 doesn't work because there's nowhere it could get low enough, right? Because if this was a 5 and it went right, the only low digit it could grab is nothing. And if it's a 5 and it grows up, the only low digit it could grab is a 4, which fine, but then it needs a 1 and it doesn't have one. So we can just put a hole there. Okay, so we've got all of that. Now, we do still have the fact that if I don't hold this, I think we decided it's force 6-4. Yeah, we have decided some time ago that if this is... that this would be 6-4, or I can just do nothing, nothing. Whichever we like at the end, because it's a really free 6-4. It's not an interesting 6-4. So we can either do that or we can just delete the cell as we decide over time. So let us see. What are we going to do? So now my question is, what's happening? Does the 6-4 do anything interesting in row 5, column 6? Okay, so chat really likes having this be a 6-4. I'm happy to make this a 6-4. That's fine. We'll just make it a 6-4 and just call it good. Okay, so now is this cell at all interesting? Let's see, what could it be? It's not 1, 2, 3, 4. Could be 5. It's not 6, 7. Could be 8. So if this is any... Oh, no, it's not 5 either. Okay, so if this is anything, it's a naked 8. But it can't be an 8. Right? I think this is basically a nothing. It's a hole. Yeah, I do think every digit is in the grid at least once, so I think the mark button would work. I'm not quite sure I know what you mean, Menu. If I don't have the 6-4, there are more options. So this is one possibility. So the other possibility was that we just delete this cell. And if we delete that cell, then what are the possibilities here? So if I follow Mark. Yeah, I was just noticing that, Sayorius, that I could draw a bar there, because this is either ending or it's putting a 1 there, and those are the only options. But it connects up through the other boxes, right, Menu? It's also 6-4, but downward. So is this being 8-2 impossible for some reason that I don't realize, or is it this point? Okay, so this needs a low, and it can't get a low there. Okay, so yeah, if I so yeah, so so if I don't also delete this digit, is I suppose the point. If I don't also delete this digit, then it forces this to be a 6 and a 4, just going vertically instead. I think it's totally okay to just let this be a 4-6 and just delete that cell. I think that's okay. I don't think I'm upset about that. This was 6-6-6-4. Yeah, we'll say I totally hit 6, hoping that it would make the cell orange. Okay, I can gray that. Yeah, I think that's okay. I don't have any sort of strong feelings about this, right? At the moment. This cell's interesting because it can't be low. And oh yes, right. I can draw the Sayori border. I only didn't draw it when Sayori said it because I knew I was about to be rewinding and then it would not do it. Let's see. ABJ, because not every cell needs a digit. The gray cells just don't get a digit at all. And so yeah, these are just holes that are not going to be filled with any digit at any point in the puzzle. Okay, so we're coming into the sort of claustrophobic part, or so the claustrophobic part of the final solve, where it's just going to be whatever works. Oh, sorry, this is not the right version of this. Okay, so just to show you what would the actual puzzle look like at this point. Let's see, we do have a circle down here. And we have that cell. Oops. That cell is gray. Yeah, I think that's all. I think at the moment, this is what the puzzle would look like. Yeah, the title 10 clumps is definitely not the final title. This is going to have a title. Tesseralis wants this to be a 2-part puzzle with a numerical piece with this grid and then a crossword with this grid. Oh, did I move a circle? Oh, I didn't do that. That gray is there. So yeah, so I think box 5 is still connected well to everything because it's connected through this mess over here. Provided that we can get this to resolve in a satisfying way. Oh, what on earth did I add? Who knows? Yes, somehow that circle got in the wrong place. Agree. I was just making sure that I felt that everything was sort of still well connected. And I think that's true because there's not like a dead end here now anymore. Okay, so now would dropping column 9 be interesting? I mean, I think we're probably going to drop a lot of column 9. I mean, it would not surprise me if we could resolve this uniquely with like one circle and a couple gray cells or something like that. but there's a lot of cells in the grid that just can't be low anymore. So like this cell just can't be low anymore. For example, this cell can't be low anymore. But I guess there's actually a more flexibility over here than I thought there was going to be, by a little bit. Yeah, I'm very much contemplating, do I want to just hit the mark button on these cells, keeping in mind that I can make any of them I wish gray, but maybe it is useful to have this here as a matter of thinking about what cells, if I don't do something with, are going to force something. So I think that might be useful. This is the mark button. Uh, uh, which is a chameleon thing. And yeah, there are boxes. The boxes are the literal standard Sudoku boxes. So like this is still a box, even in spite of all of these things. So you need to go to Chameleon's GitHub to get the mark button. Is Chameleon's GitHub under Chameleon, or is it under his real name? I think it's under his real name, which is, someone in chat will know, Yura something, if someone wants to find it. Okay. This cell, right. So if I remove neither of these, they certainly have to be a 2-8 domino, because these are both high now. Is that interesting, or do I want to just remove this? And if I remove this, does it allow me to do anything? It would allow me to do 2-8-1, or sorry, 2-7-1. So yeah, I kind of have wanted to delete this cell for a long time. I'll be honest, I've had it out for row 3, column 9. When I export this from Penpa, I will make them gray in addition to deleting them, so that there's a visual indicator that they've been deleted. Because I will, in fact, actually make it so that it is clear, although I'll probably use a slightly lighter gray. So if I don't delete this, then that forces this, which forces these to be a 2-8 pair. And now if I delete neither of these, then these don't connect, and so they each connect down. Yeah, I might make them black. Black is actually a cool idea, because like, why would I even make them something you could write on anyway? That's a probably good thing. This is broken because I only have one in these cells, and these would both need a low. So I need a, oops. I need a gray cell in here at least. And if I'm going to need a gray cell here, I kind of want it to be this one, so that I'm not creating any additional sort of dead ends, I think. So let's see how that plays. It certainly makes that a 2. Certainly makes this yellow. Certainly makes it not a 9. Certainly, yeah, this part was available very early in the puzzle, having that there. So I don't want to do anything too fancy, because this is certainly not yet revolving around anything down here. Although I am noticing that if this wants to grow, it wants a 1 there, and if this wants to grow, it wants a 1 there, and there might be an interesting way to play those two things against each other that is using the late part. So if I don't delete this, then it definitely takes a 1 here. So I think I want to do that. And that will resolve this 1-9, which is something I am also keen to do. So this will automatically place a 1 there, regardless of what else happens. And so that 1 now means that yellow can't extend. Sorry, microstudy. But that makes it so green downstairs can extend. I don't know why suddenly every region has become only yellow and green. I was doing so well at using a wide mix of colors, but now no more. Now it's just yellows and greens, apparently. So green certainly doesn't take this cell. Do I want to just delete some stuff over here or not? Let's see. If I don't delete this cell... Oh, yes, this is an 8. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. If we say that these two cells sum to 10 and one of them is a 2, the other is an 8, that is a good theorem. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how many big clumps we have, given how much the natural tendency of the rules is to push against there being big clumps. So yeah, this is undeleted, which I like this being undeleted. And let's make this undeleted. It can't take that, so it's always going to take that in that universe, which means this is always going to be a 2, which means that because of the 6-7 pair, this is going to be an 8 or nothing. That's broken. Oh, no. Because now what am I doing with this? I'm either adding 8 or I am adding that, and neither of those work. Okay, yep, agree. Box 6 has 2 1s. Don't judge. Okay, so that means I need to delete this cell in any event. If I'm going to make what we have up till here work. And I can, of course, recontemplate whether I really want to do that or not, but we'll keep that for now. Okay, so if I'm not deleting this cell now, it has to grow down. So let's see what happens if I'm not deleting this cell. So these would grow like that. This would now be a 3. Let's see. So we certainly aren't going down in any event. So I think this could be 3-7. It certainly, there's no way to make the 6 work, because I would need a 1. So this is either 3-5 with a 2, 3-5 with a 2 somewhere, or just 3-7, I think, are my options. Yeah, column 8 has a 5-7 pair now, if I make this happen. Oh, wow, green doesn't go down. That's very cool. So what MicroStudies pointed out is that if green goes down, then it becomes 7-2-1. But now this is a 5 with a 3 and 1 of a 2. So, in fact, green doesn't go down, and that's a 9. Now, we have to be very careful with pairs, because we don't really have a 2-7 pair here unless I promise not to delete either of these cells. And I might promise not to delete either of these cells, in which case that would make that a 5. In fact, let's actually try that. Let's try just promising for a moment to delete neither of these cells. Because if I do promise to delete neither of these cells, these are a 2-7 pair, which does make this a 5. And now one of these is the 2. And the problem is this one can't be 7. Because if this one was 7, it would need something below it, and that's not going to work. So that one would be the 2. That one would be the 7. This would be blue. And now that is done. Now this is a 7. It must have a 3 immediately below it. There's no other possible universe. We'll have another yellow domino because surely yellows are underrepresented in this puzzle. So we've got that. We've got that. We've got that. Okay. So now we're going to need some amount of graying, right? Like this cell has to be gray. This cell has to be gray. This cell has to be gray. Let's see. Okay, I would really like to, yeah, once they're gray, then they don't need digits in them anymore. Yeah, I really would like this to be a 612 or this to be a 612 or something like that. So if this is high, or sorry, if this is not empty, it needs this 1. Oh, 612 is 9. That's true. But if this is not deleted, it needs this 1 because it can't get by with this low alone. Oh, sorry. It needs this cell. It could be 6-4. Sorry. But these two would join and it would kill the dreams of 3-6-1. Oh, let's see. J40 thinks it actually solves uniquely with just if I just don't delete anything else, which would be delightful. So if I want to do that, then what will happen? So this is row 8, column 8 do. Well, as noted, it always needs this cell. So these always join like that. So this is never 6, 7, or 9. And now this is a 7 because that's done. Because certainly those don't all join. So now we've got that. And now this can't join the purple clump. So it has to be its own clump. Let's see. It feels like we haven't used green in a while. And so that becomes green. So we've got all of our dominoes set up. But now this certainly isn't going to be a 5. So this is a 4 or a 6. And so that's a 6 and a 4 and a 1 and a 9. And that's the puzzle solved. So I think that does that. I really like how much the circle logic keeps coming up throughout the puzzle. That is that is a thing. Yeah, remember when there were circles? Yeah, this probably should be yellow, really, if we're trying to keep track of it. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to come back, and we're going to try to solve this puzzle. So I'm going to have probably put it in through Penpa and tried to make it look reasonable and all of that sort of stuff. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to put this into Penpa and then port it over to Sudoku Pad as best I can, and then I'll be back. And we can do a test solve and see if this actually still solves, and if we still get to say the cool sorts of things that we wanted to be able to say. So I will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. I figured there's no reason why I have to enter it into Penpa off stream. I can just let you watch me try to copy the grid from my other screen badly. So I want to delete that, uh, this pentomino, these over here, those three, these three, and I'm going to go ahead and see what it looks like if I do, in fact, black all of these. I don't think that's bad. I don't know. Maybe I don't like it. We'll try. We'll test solve it this way and see if we do it. Thank you. Yeah, the missing borders are really what's upsetting me. Can I actually put those back in? Can I like draw in this and make it look consistent? Yes. I wasn't going to point it out in case no one else saw it, but the little divots were very painful. Let's see. Okay, so now we need to add circles. So there is a circle there, circle there, circle there, circle there, circle there. We made really good use of the circles. We have 5 of them. I mean, really, if you consider the amount of information in this, it's kind of funny because all we did is delete some cells and put 5 circles in the grid, and this solves uniquely with this rule set, which is something. I mean, I feel like it looked cooler, honestly. Let me maybe actually try slightly varying this. Let me remove the edge over here. I think this will look cooler if I actually like let these actually be gone, because they have been deleted, and reserve the black for the internal to the grid cells that have been deleted. Because I think this just has this pops more as a weirdo thing. So I might try something like this. Actually, these ones that are like this, is there a way I can erase this? If I could erase that, I don't know if that's possible in Penpa. There we go. Yep, I can draw over it, and then it'll disappear. So then I can actually do that. There we go. Clumps by 46 setters. Yeah. Okay. I think actually, now I can actually just draw in this thicker edge over here. Yeah, I think making the box lines thicker is probably nice, as well. Yeah, as well as the borders. Let's see. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let's see. Garion likes the black more. What do other people think? In terms of preferences for this. People like the black. I think gray speaks to me a little bit more and would let me grab some of this, or maybe the lighter gray, actually, just to do this. Yeah, I see Menu's point about this sort of making sure to specify that, yeah, these are all in one box. seems important. I think I like this version. And I think now with the light gray, I think I like the divots rather than hating them as I did before. I might play with it more, but let's share. Give me a solving URL, please. Copy. Let me pull up the Penpa converter. Let's see. I have it in my bookmarks. Uh, F puzzles to CTC is sorry. No, that F puzzles to CTC is not actually the one that I want. That's a different Sudoku related bookmark. I will find it though. Sudoku pad Penpa importer. There we go. Paste. Convert URL. Okay. There we go. Not gonna lie, that didn't come in the most gorgeous way that anyone has ever done anything before. We can certainly still test solve it, but we can tweak. We can tweak. Let's see. Okay, is it so horrifying we want to actually just ditch the thick lines altogether, or at least for the borders? We can do that. Okay, let's try. Let's try and fix it. Okay, so that means I need to switch back to this camera. Yeah, the outlines are a bit thick. Okay, so let's get rid of all of these lines. Okay, I think I want to leave the thick for the box lines only. Does that sound right? Oh, the real puzzle's always getting the aesthetics right. Okay, so I think only for box borders am I going to leave the super thick lines. Other than that, I'm just going to get rid of them. Okay, so I don't think the void needs thick lines. The void might need thin lines. I don't know. Okay, do I have all of my box borders actually thickened and nothing else thickened? Oh, these are thickened and they shouldn't be. Is outer border a box border? The questions we all ask ourselves. I think I'm going to try, because it was so obnoxious before when we imported it. I think I was going to try no on that. I think I am actually going to extend these box borders just through here. Let's try that. Because I think that makes more clear Manu's concern about box 5. Does Manu believe that this will make clearer Manu's concern about box 5? That now I have this thick border around the square and no thicker borders on the inside? That's clear. Okay. So let's share. Let's get a solving URL. Let's copy. Let me paste this over into the converter. Convert URL. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm still not completely in love with what this looks like. Maybe I don't need thick borders, but this is at least better. We're getting somewhere. No one's gonna mistake where the box borders are in this iteration. I'm also going to send, by the way, I'm going to send a setting version of this to Tristan because I can't send it to myself. So, because I don't think Discord lets you message yourself. But I'm going to send Tristan the setting link so that I cannot copy this from scratch again. There we go. Paste. There we go. There's the editing URL, I believe. So yeah, this is the, yeah, that's the editing URL. Okay. All right. So, Sudoku pad Wait, this is not the one even that we just did, right? There we go. This is the one we just did. Uh, Notably, I lost the rules and everything else. Uh, this is not the prettiest thing I have ever made. I will confess. Let's see. How are we going to fix this? Uh, hmm. Or are we just going to test solve it and then try and fix it? Maybe test solve it and then try and fix it. It looks like it was made in paint. So, funnily enough, and I don't think I've ever said these words before, I think this looks better in Penpa. Like, I don't think the Penpa one actually looks bad. It's only looking bad when we convert it over to Sudoku Pad. So it's possible I should try and figure out how to make this in F puzzles, and maybe try and get it over there from there. I'm not sure. CTC does make the lines look too thick. I agree. Maybe I should try going over the lines with edges that are normal edges instead of thicker edges and see how that looks. Like, what if I do, oops, that was what I did. Okay. What if I do this instead? Let's see if this looks less egregious. No, Sudoku Maker only came out last week or something. Until then, we had to pretend that it didn't exist. So we're supposed to pretend it didn't exist until very recently. But it is now officially released, right? It was officially released as of like last week or something. But it was incredibly useful for some puzzle I set. But then someone asked how I set it, and I had to make something up that wasn't how I actually set it. Let's try and see how that looks. There we go. Okay. This, I don't know if it's only by comparison to all of the others, but this to me looks better than the previous iteration. Like, that's not too bad, right? I think I wouldn't say there's an advantage, but I would say that all of Sudoku Studio, Sudoku Maker, and F Puzzles plus Ranks Solver support different subsets of constraints. So depending on what constraints you want to use, it may be that that constraint is only implemented in one of them. To my knowledge, 10 lines, though, are implemented nowhere, and 10 clumps are implemented nowhere. So so that is very sad to me, but I make it through day by day anyway. But do we agree that this looks passable? Yeah, Sudoku Maker is going to eventually allow you to define your own constraints, right? Is Tristan in the house, by the way? I would like more tea, but I'll go and get it myself if Tristan is out. I don't know if Tristan is here. But he was in the chat, so presumably he will tell me if he's not here, and then I'll go get tea. I'm going to put the rules in, I realize, because I didn't actually put the rules in, so I'm going to copy my rules over from this. Okay, let's go back to the version where I had the rules. So let's copy this into this. Weirdly, in Penpa, you have... Tristan tries to die. Please don't die. Weirdly, in Penpa, you have to hit the share button in order to do this. Let's see. Someone had a good suggestion for the title that wasn't the blob, which is what I had sort of been thinking about doing. So if someone wants to suggest that again, I will happily do it. I also might fix the fact that surrounding was misspelled here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, and I don't need that part again. Okay. So I want first to make an editing URL and copy that and send it to Tristan. And then I want to make a solving URL, copy that, and send it to Mark TechFans. My lovely, lovely lady clumps or something by the Black Eyed Peas. Yes, yes. There we go. Okay. So there we go. So now, uh, uh, now we have this. Okay. So here is what my version looks like, and here is what the version that Ranks sent me looks like. So Ranks version has killer cages though. I see the benefit of having the killer cages, because it stands out. I might try it with double lines in Penpa, because so if I put double lines, that'll really stand out. I don't know how that will convert over. Let's see. But there's a could also make it for dashed lines for these. Let me try that. Let's see if I can click. Is it possible to change the lines to dashed? I know if I do a new grid, I can choose dotted lines, but is it possible to change that? Oh, do I just hit update display? There we go. Okay. I think this might look even better. Let's try this. So let me again share solving URL, copy, come over here, paste, convert URL. It's funny, actually, on stream, I don't think it looks terrible. Somehow the lines don't line up right in the converted version. Like, those lines look fine. But then what on earth happened here? Like, these lines somehow look terrible. I like Garion's suggestion of just draw a bunch of lines in Penpa. What on earth happened here? Because it almost looks perfect. Like, if the lines just all looked like these, I would be perfectly happy. I feel like that would make me happy. But yeah, it turns out there's a logic error 10 seconds into the solve, but we're going to have spent a lot of time making the puzzle look better before we before we get there. I think it turns out. But there are, for whatever reason, 51 of you watching me try and make the borders of this puzzle look good. Okay. Okay. I feel like it's maybe. Okay, that is really weird to me though. The dashed lines converting, like, because I've used dashed lines in my puzzles before. Let's see. Okay, so why don't I try the double line and see what that look. Oh God, that is not going to look good. Sorry, I'm just gonna say in advance that's not gonna look good. I don't think we need to worry about that. Okay. I am inclined to agree. So I could do thin edges instead. If we want to try thin edges. Let's just see. But that's not going to fix this. That's not going to fix the dots. Okay, well, we're going to go with the one of these that looked not too bad, which was this one. And then we can try and make it later so that it will import it with that. Oh, somehow this one lost. Oh, no, it didn't. Well, we'll try and do that, and then maybe someone tech savvy will know how to make the lines dashed. J40 is volunteering to look at it. Okay, but let's try and test solve it from here, because this at least looks acceptable. I will accept this. So observation. By the way, how many gray cells did we actually end up with? 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So we took out 24 cells. That's not too bad. If it's an option, David, I don't know about it, but it very well might be an option if we looked at it from the right angle. Okay, so the break-in idea, going back to this, was involved these cells. Ranks would like to sort of look at this from the, like, is there any way you could get traction on this puzzle, or think you were supposed to look somewhere other than box 1? And I think there's... I'm not going to say literally no chance, but I think there's almost no chance that you look at this grid and think anything other than I'm supposed to look at box 1. Right, like you can certainly see like that cell grows, but I don't think what are you going to do with those pieces of information? I have a hard time imagining. Actually, it kind of looks like a blob where this is the mouth and this is the nose, and these are the multiple eyes of the blob that's sort of nomming off to the right. Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about 10 lines is that it's really hard to get any information out of them until you sort of know something. So, yeah, you can certainly fill in that this is 2 or 3 to start. Oh, Tom, I love that idea, to name it after something that I don't even think it looks like, just to watch Simon try and figure out why I named it that. Oh, it could even be a 1, right? This one, Nordy's right. It could even be a 1. So I think actually all of this connects. I think you're not going to get past that. And once you have that, I think these being a 1-2 pair is where you go next. And then these 2 cells, because one of these is a 1, one of these 2 cells is red and the other one isn't. So these can be a red-yellow pair. So this is a 3 or a 4. So we've got all of that. Okay, so... and so the point is, this cell now is big, because we've used all of 1, 2, 3, and 4 in our red sum. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I bet it's not a 9, and I could certainly do better than that if I really wanted to. And so the point is, this cell can't be yellow, because if this cell is yellow, that cell's also yellow, because yellow has to go somewhere, but both of these numbers are bigger than 4. So 5 plus 6 is too big. So this cell can't be yellow, is the upshot of this, and so therefore this cell is yellow. It sort of feels like this is supposed to be green, if I remember that, like, everything in the previous solve was yellow and green. So this is 3, 4, and now that's the 1 and that's the 2. And if I want, I can sort of box in that now this is done. This is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, and it can't be a 9, actually, and it's separate from this cell for sure. So yellow grows here, but yellow also gets this cell. Because of the structure. And now we've used almost all of our sort of given dead ends. Okay, this now is going to have some real spice to it, because now this digit needs to be huge, and it really doesn't want to be, because currently it only sees 3 colors, so it needs to see 2 more colors in these 3 cells, and one of these needs to be its color. So let's see. This one can be blue. One of these needs to be blue, and the other one needs to be something else. And then this needs to be yet another thing, is, I believe, the upshot of all of that. Oh, row 8, column 1 can't be 1 anymore. That's good. Oh, we don't have conflict checker on? Why is conflict checker off? Right, this is a 2 or a 3. Okay, and so even in all of that, after all of that work, we only managed to get this to be 5. Because after we did all the work to get this as large as it could possibly be, we successfully got it to be 5. So now, if neither of these is a 1, the sum is too big. Because if neither of these is a 1, they'd be at least 5 plus at least 6. So therefore, that one's a 1. Certainly can't be an 8. So this is a 2 or a 3. Oh, and the point is, actually, the one of these that's blue has to grow, and the one of these that's orange has to grow. So these are also a blue-orange pair. But blue can't grow into this box because it would need to have 2 cells that sum to 5. And these 2 cells already sum to more than 5. I mean, 2 or more cells that sum to 5, but these already sum to more than 5 because of the digits going in the box. So these aren't blue. And so these are blue. That certainly can't be blue because then my blue would get too large because these sum to at least 6. Okay, and now... Oh, could this be blue? This might be able to be blue still. Yeah, so Josh is pointing out we certainly can keep track of this. Yeah, I'm still happy with the opening, even after not thinking about it for a bit. This can't possibly be yellow, by the way, because if this was yellow, these would again sum to at least 5. Plus 1 plus 6 is way too many. So that's not yellow. Yeah, the blue coming over here is a... This is where it would be nice to have dashed lines for the solver, but I guess we're never going to have dashed lines for the box borders. I don't know. Maybe I should be using a color for the borders, but that sort of pains me as well, so I think maybe just keeping track of it is fine. So this box already has a 1, already has a 2 or a 3. And so if I try and make orange 3 cells, then the minimum sum is going to be 2 plus 4 plus 5, which is too large. So orange certainly doesn't go up and certainly doesn't go that way, is MicroStudies' point. Tom, blue could be 2, 2, 1, and 5 would be okay. This arrangement is nominally possible for blue. I'm not saying it's likely, but it's nominally possible. Let's see, this can be green. Okay. And the point is, one of these has to be low. Because otherwise they sum to too much. And that's all 4 lows. So this digit is not low. It's at least 5. It's certainly not 7, I am realizing, because if it was 7, it would create all manner of problems. Yeah, it is a little sad that like we spend all of this time to not have any repeats, but I feel like across the broader 10-line enterprise, there have been enough repeats that I don't feel too bad about it. Could this even be 6? No, it can't be 6. But I feel like this is it's trickier to see this can't be 6 than I think I intend. I don't think I intended myself to be looking at this cell at this particular moment. Is I think the point. Uh, yeah, and so green is definitely a domino, is microstudies point. Because if green is anything but a domino, it needs to take one of these cells, but we've already used all the lows in the box, so these two cells are actually at least 5. And so green can't have two at least 5 numbers. So those are bad. So this is a new cell, or a new color, like yellow. And so this is already a high number, so this is a low number. And it's certainly not 1 or 2, and it can't join that. So that's toast on this. This certainly can't be green either. I don't know if I said that before, but it's true. So this can be some sort of color like blue. This can't be blue because blue would be too high again. So whatever this is, it's some new color, like yellow. Now the blue circle can't be 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 5 is the most it can possibly be, and it's only 5 if this is green. Okay, and again, the fact that it's a 5 means that it grows because you can't do 5, 5. So green also grows. So it is in fact an ordinary domino sum. Yeah, we know we've got that one over there. Okay, so yellow is a 2-cell sum with a 3 or a 4 in it, so the other digit is a 6 or a 7 for sure. And we can look, let's see, we don't know that orange doesn't grow there yet. Virtual 3-4 pair, you mean, Sarah? Yeah, virtual 3-4 pair, because there's a 3 or a 4 in this 5 sum, for sure. So what is this? It's not 1-9, for sure. So it's 2-8 or 3-7 or 4-6, one of those. Now, one of those is very bad. And the one that's very bad is 4-6. Yeah, so 3-7 breaks the yellow sum, I guess. That's the first one. So 3-7 would make this 2-6. That doesn't work. But I think 4-6 also breaks, right? If I make this 4-6... No, that does work. Sorry, that makes that one of those. But the point is, one of these is always a 2. Or, Garion has a nice way to say it, which is that this digit is the low in this domino. So this domino can only be 3-7 or 4-6, because I've got to have this low as one of the lows in this box, and it's not that one, or that one. So it's that one. So these are the same. But now that gives me a virtual 6-7 pair between those. Thank you, Garion. So these are so these aren't 4-6, they're 2-8, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 6, makes that a 4 and a 3. Oh, did we prove orange is a domino, right? Maybe we didn't actually prove that orange is a domino. We just know that this low is in it. If orange grows, that has to be that. Yeah, maybe we don't know that yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. If Uh, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, of course. Yeah, orange definitely doesn't have an 8. Right, right. Okay, so let's see. 1, 2. Right. Okay, so orange needs a digit that's higher than 4 because there just aren't any other digits left. And it can't have an 8 and it can't have a 9. And so it always has a 6 or a 7. So actually, regardless of whether orange is a domino or not, orange always has a 6 or a 7 because of the fact that it's got some 5s looking at it. So there's always and right, it can't have an 8 because there's always a 2 up here, is a different way to say it. So there is a 6-7 virtual pair in here, even without using that this is a domino, which I don't even actually know if it is or not, but I admittedly assumed it. So that is true. Yeah, yellow here, Josh is pointing out, can't grow down because of that 1. If it grew down, these would have to be 2, 3, 5 or 2, 3, 4. They'd need a 2 and a 3. So yellow definitely doesn't grow down in any event. So it would break that. So anyway, there's a 6, 7. That's a 6, 7. So these aren't 4, 6. And so that is a 3 and a 6 and a 4 and a 3. And so now these are 4, 6. Oh, sorry. No, these are... Oh, they have a 6 in them, and they have a number that's from 1, 2, 3, 4 in them that's not 1, 2, or 3. So these have become 4, 6 without assuming anything. So they just have to be 4, 6. So that's a 7, and that's a 3. So these are 1, 4 now, and I actually know the order. That's a 1, that's a 4. What is this digit? This is a 5. Oh, sorry. This is just a naked 9, right? I think this is now a naked 9. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. Yeah, this is a naked 9. So that's a 1 because we've got to finish this. Okay, and so now this cell is purple. Because of that. That 1 or 4 has made it so this cell's not 1 or 4. But I don't know if this is I don't know that this is only 2 cells yet, Sayori, because this could currently go 2, 2, 1, I think. As far as I'm aware. This digit, though, is definitely not low anymore. Because I've used all of 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. It's certainly not 9, at the very least. Let's see. Okay. So if this cell is yellow, it's a 1. Otherwise, it's not yellow. How did I prove that this wasn't blue, by the way? I seem to have drawn in a border that says this isn't blue, but I don't know how I did that. How do I know this isn't blue? Oh, right, because that would put 3 blue cells in the same box. Right, okay, so, yes, okay, so this cell is either yellow, in which case it's a 1, or it's not yellow, in which case it's a new color, but then that new color would come down and it needs a 1 anyway. And so the point is, there's always a 1 in one of these 2 cells. Because 2, 3, and 4 are going in the column. I really liked that geometry. I forget who in chat it was that sort of discovered this way of thinking about this, but I really liked that. So that's not a 1, and it's certainly not a 4 either. So now blue actually is done as a 2, 3. And so now this is a 4. Because this yellow domino needs a low, and it can only be a 4 because 1, 2, 3 are going in the box. So this is a 5 or a 6, based on what happens. Let's see. Someone now needs to adopt this region, MicroStudy points out. And the only a potential parent is purple. So we've got that here. Yeah, it's fine if you argue about the sort of these things in a slightly different order. Uh, that's not going to bother me too much. Sort of like the way the grid is set up, you're sort of naturally going to work around it, sort of in both directions, and you'll meet here. But the more you work on this side or this side, the further you'll get in either direction. Pink doesn't have a 1 and is 3 cells, so it's 2, 3, and 5. Yep, it is exactly right. 2, 3, 5. So that is the 3 by that 3. So that's a 2, that's a 5, that's a 2, that's a 3, that's a 6, and yellow is done. And so this green domino here has a 1 in it. As well as a number that is larger than that. And green certainly can't take this cell, because if it took this cell, it would have 2 none 1, 2, 3, 4 digits. So that's definitely not allowed. So whatever this is, call it blue and call that blue. Good spot from Sayori. This cell is small and this cell's big because it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So this is 7, 8, or 9. But it's certainly not a 9. If it were an 8, this digit above it would be a 2. And if it were a 7, this digit above it would be a 2. So that's always a 2 up here. This digit's got to be a 2 or a 3, which has given me a 2, 3 pair down here. So this digit that is... this digit could be a 5... or a 7 or an 8, I think. Oh, right. Green doesn't have anywhere it can go. Because green can't... green is just done, because if green tries to take an extra cell in the column, that's a problem. Yeah, so really when I argued that green couldn't take an extra cell in the column, I could have equally well argued it can't take an extra cell in the box, which I guess I kind of did. Sorry, when I argued it couldn't take an extra cell in the box, I should have also argued it can't take an extra one in the column. So it's just 1, 9. Over here is the point of this. Okay. This cell's also pretty big, whatever it is, because it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So this is 7, 8, or 9. So it's certainly not green, so it's yellow. And that's yellow. Yeah, I should probably pencil mark the digits that are in column 2, because they're all quite large. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. Not like that. You know, one of the things that the Studio Goya apps did that I think is really smart, that I wish Sven would have an option for, is that if you have multiple cells highlighted and you start entering numbers, it assumes that you want to center mark them or corner mark them instead of just entering the digits. And I think that's way smarter than letting me enter both 3s at the same time or something like that. So I would kind of like something like that. 5, 6, 7, 8. And so, in particular, that tells me that these two don't join, and this doesn't join blue either. Well, I mean, it has options, so you can say, oh, hey, I'm doing a Philomeno today, so I don't want it to do that. So this has to be low to be 1 or 4. That is true for colors. It's worthwhile as a tool to have. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so now this is the cell that I am meant to eye suspiciously. I think this was J40's genius idea, and I think this is going to be one of the harder spots in the puzzle, although I do think this is straight up into sort of 4-ish star territory as a puzzle. So I think it's perfectly reasonable. But this cell, at least the step that we intended when we said it, is this cell can't go up or down because of the digits in the column. There's only one digit 6 or less left in the column. So this digit goes neither up nor down if we want to take that now. We can probably see if we can avoid it. Row 5, column 9. Row 5, column 9 just has to be a 1, which makes that a 9, which makes that a 9 and a 1. Yeah, we can try and do this instead and see if this works. So now this is definitely not a 7 anymore. This is now an 8. And so these are both done. This digit now, it can't be 712 because the 1 there, we just placed a 1 here, right? Oh, no, sorry. This one could be 712. Right, sorry. I don't know why I thought that. But anyway, this one does have to be a 7. Sorry, this one has to be an 8, not a 7. Because if this were a 7, I would definitely be in problem land. To do that. So we get that down there. Lakia asks who I usually get to test solve my puzzles. And the answer is sometimes Tristan, although since Tristan has started to stream, I have used the Tristan testing service less because Tristan likes doing my puzzles for the first time on stream. So I have tended to just post it on the CTC testing Discord and then also post in the zetamath Discord to say, hey, I've got a new puzzle if anyone wants to test it. And very often Selena will do so. So blue needs a low. In one of these two cells, the only low available is 3, and that can only go there. So that's a 3. So this digit here is at least 5. So it can only be a 5, 6, or a 7, and 6 is certainly not possible because a 6 here would require I put a 1 in one of these two cells, and for multiple reasons, that's not possible. So yeah, so I think the way we did this before was to just flat out mark these cells and say that what can these cells be? Well, they can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Was this what we did before? Maybe this isn't what we did before. Because we might have waited before we did this. Okay, those aren't 9, for sure, at the very least. Yeah, I think that was perhaps that was perhaps later in life that we did that. We might not be able to force much in this box at the moment. Okay. If yellow grows, no, we can do this. Yellow can't grow because if yellow grows, it's 712. And now this can't grow because if this grows, it needs a 2, and there's nowhere for it to get a 2 because of these things. Okay, so so this can only be 9, 1. And so we've got that. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know that we have a lot that we can do over here. This looks very uninviting because this is basically a giant 10 line because of the way it sort of wraps around this. So now, unless someone has another suggestion, I want to look at this cell and argue that this cell can't go up or down. I don't know that I can avoid this deduction anymore. So yeah, we can. Marking the column is probably the easiest way to do it. So the so yeah, so if you mark the column, it does make it pretty clear that that you can't go up or down here. And in particular, that forces this backwards. So that's green, of course. Green certainly is not yellow, by the way. Don't be silly. Because if green was yellow, this would be preposterously enormously large. So we don't have to worry about that. And so now this, whatever it is, it's growing over there. For sure. And whatever this is, it's growing over there. Oh yeah, so now yellow is just outright finished, right? Because we've proven now yellow can't grow in any direction, as Ranks points out. So now the only option that actually adds to 10 is 4, 6. Oh, can't. Sorry, I gave this a color, but I didn't actually justify that this doesn't work. Sorry, I just assumed that this was not yellow, but that is not correct because this could be yellow. It's just the borders throwing me again. I don't know what to do about that yet. So, this one, this cell can't be only 2 anymore because it would require. Oh, it just can't be 2 anymore. Because if it were 2, it would force this to be blue, and I certainly can't make all of this blue. So this is now 3, and that's 2. I agree with that. This made it so that this can't be 7. For whatever that is worth. So, yeah, and this is going to be a 3. Pretty much no matter what, huh? I don't think this being a 3 unfortunately tells me a lot geometrically. Okay. So this digit is at most 6 by the fact that it's in a 10 sum with a number that's at least 4. But of numbers that are at least 6, only 1 and 4 are available. So I agree that that is a 1 or a 4. Let's see. Josh says this is only ever a 2 or a 5. So it's not 1. It could be 2. It's not 3. It's not 4. It could be 5. It at least nominally could be 6, I think. Or 7, but not 8 or 9. And I think Josh has some arguments that this can't be some of these things. Okay. So if this is a 1, we have a sort of funny thing that happens involving this 4, 6. Because if this is a 1, the only option we have is 5, 1, 4. But if this is a 1, this is a 4, and this is a 6. And that puts 3, 4, 6s. So this can't ever be 1. So, Josh has, or sorry, Jay has a slick way to see it, which is to note that the minimum sum of these is 11. And so if these minimum sum to 11, these sum to 5, that's 16, plus that is 21. That's too many. When we were doing it before, I was doing it by counting the lows in where they needed to go in all of these things, to get to the idea that yeah, we need fours, or we need a four floating around here, and that's going to sort of rule six out of any of these. So so one can also do it that way if we want, and sort of get to the same thing, I think. Uh, but yeah, the this 4-6 is a problem with sort of too many fours going in down here is the point. So this cannot be, the point was this cannot be 1. So this is a 4. So no 4 there. This is a 1. The 4 certainly only has one friend if those are the friends that it needs to have. So we get that. That's not a 6. So yeah, yellow no longer can possibly expand there. So now I can really draw in this as blue. And so this cell can only be a 1 because it can't be a 2 or a 3. So we've got a 1 there. Let's see. Josh is saying that we can note that let's see, what are we noting? 6 column 9 prevents blue from growing left. So I don't quite understand it. I do agree with Menu's point that this can't be, and blue can't grow anymore because the only lows available in this box are 4. So blue can't grow up here given that. So this is just a 9, and this doesn't grow anymore. So these aren't 9. Oops, sorry, aren't 9. Okay, so now this thing has to grow here. And so it obviously has to have a 4 in it because there's no 1, 2, or 3. There's definitely a 4 here. And it can't go with a 5, so it can only go with a 6. So these just are a 4-6 pair. And then that domino is done. So this is no longer able to be 6. I know this is a new region as well, so it can be yellow. And this cell now can only be a 2. Because this... Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. This cell could be high, because that could be a 4. But it can't be many things, because there's a 4 and a 6 in this column already. Right, okay. And so now we get to say this cell has to be something, and the only thing it can be is blue. And so now this isn't a 7, this is a 5, and that's a 2. For whatever reason, hey, ELSF, I hope you're doing well. Are you visiting Mexico? Even though Sven doesn't see it, this 5 sees this cell and makes this cell a 7. Which makes this cell a 3, actually. That sounds fun. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope the weather is nice. Okay, so gloriously warm. I like to hear gloriously warm. Okay, so I've got all my lows here. Right, okay, so Right. Okay, so green can't get to, this is Sayori's point. Green can't get to 10 without taking another cell, and the only cell available to it is this one. And now I have to absolutely minimize these in order to not overflow my allotment. And now the 3 has to be blue, so that's a 5. So that's a 6, and that's a 4, and that's a 6, and that's a 4. Okay, and now this is a 7 or an 8, so this cell better be low, and the only low available is a 2, which fixes the 8 and the 2. There's already a 1 in this box, so this can't be anything other than 8, 2. So this, whatever it is, it's going to grow. Probably green, if I were to take a guess. This digit is at least 6. Okay, and it's not an 8, and it's not a 9 either, because a 9 would require a 1 here. So this digit can only be a 3. That's the only digit available. In fact, it's the only low, so that's a 3. And so we've got all of this happening. And now I've got these 4 cells, which certainly don't themselves sum to 10. So they themselves need to have 2 10 sums in them. Although I guess we could sort of argue about that. Yeah, if this is a 3 6 1, then I need these 3 cells to be 2 3 5, but that's a problem because there's a 3 in the box. Okay, so that's an elegant way to see it, is that if this extends, these 3 cells have no choice but to be a single 10 clump. So that's a 7. Okay, and so now I have 2 dominoes. This domino can only be 4 6. This domino can be nothing, actually, because it's got a 2 8 and a 1 9 from above, and a 3 and a 4 from the right. So it's not vertical. So it's not horizontal. So the dominoes that are left are vertical, is the point. And so now this domino, it's not 2 8 3 7, so it's 1 9, or 4 6. This one is the one that's forced because it's not 1 9 3 7 or 2 8. So this is 4 6, and actually it's 6 and 4 in that order. And so now this one can only be 1 9 or 2 8, but it's not 2 8 by the column, so it's 1 9, and there we go. Woo! That's a puzzle. Aesthetic concerns aside, I'm quite happy with the puzzle. Yeah, it is very nice that everything happens to resolve. And I'm quite happy with how many clumps there are of size greater than 2. Like, it's not all dominoes. There are actually a surprising number of things of various sizes. Which you'd think would not be possible. And it was pointed out that definitely you can't fill in the gray digits because there's no place for 8 here, and there's probably lots of other problems too. So this is not really this is not like secretly a Sudoku puzzle, because like there's no place for 5 in this box either. There's all sorts of issues. Yeah, how many 9s are there in the grid? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 9s in the grid. Yeah, I'm quite content. I mean, I like I said at the start of the stream, and I know probably the audience now is very different than the audience when I started 4 hours ago. I've been trying to get this rough idea to work for a week or so, in a bunch of different various flavors. So I'm really glad to have an execution of this that I am happy with. Modulo potentially the things. Yeah, I do like how how even though there's only 5 of them, the whole puzzle ends up being about the circles, so to speak. But it's sort of very, very interesting how little information there actually is in the blank form of this. I don't know if I can create a link with a solution code. Can I? I think you can only create a link with the solution code if the puzzle's actually got all the digits set in. But I might be able to import a solution code through Penpa if I figure out how that works. Maybe, possibly. Yeah, I might tweak the aesthetics. I'm pretty happy with this, honestly. Like, this does not upset me. The Penpa importer does import solutions. Do 10 blobs always obey the 3-color theorem? I think any connection or any orthogonally connected regions in a square grid, I think obey the 3-color theorem, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh, the Penpa one might also, but yeah, I can mess around with it and try it. Yeah, yeah. So let's see. So Ranks set another version. Let's try it. Let's look at Ranks version. I think that is really pretty, actually. I was wondering if we could get rid of the dashed lines through the gray. Is my only slight issue, but I'm not even that concerned about that, honestly. But a really nice thing about this is that if I'm drawing something across a box edge, it still will do that. So that's actually really nice. Okay, so I like that a lot. So I might sort of take this and maybe make small tweaks. The dotted lines are drawn in as edges. Okay, that is a smart way to do it. I'm curious, actually, does anyone in chat have strong feelings about whether this will look better with dashed lines in the gray or not in the gray? My sort of first inclination was to not do it, but maybe it's more even to leave them there. Just try it. Let's see. Okay, so here's the edit link. Let's pull up the edit link. Due diligence. Okay, so let us look at this. Penpa, please. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, so I think I have to zoom in a lot for this to be at all visible. There we go. So the idea was if we get rid of like these things between edges completely, does that look better? And Manu is pointing out that leaving them there actually really makes it evident that there's 3x3 Sudoku boxes going on in this puzzle, which I do like. So that's sort of the alternative. Okay, so J40 has another point, has a counterpoint, which is interesting, which is that if you just leave the lines there, people might well think that this is a normal Sudoku rules apply puzzle if they don't read carefully. And so that removing them maybe sort of helps signal that something weird is going on. Let's see. Is there a thick edge around the outside? No, the outside is just there. Okay, so that was part of why I wanted to deliberately do this nonsense that I think led to chaos, was that it would make it really clear that nothing normal Sudoku-y was going on. But I think that it's probably not worth it. Yeah, the thick outside edge, I think I'm not the hugest fan of, but I'm trying to find the one now that Rank sent me. There we go. This is the one that Rank sent me. But the thick outside border actually doesn't come up as thick in in Sudoku Pad, so I'm perfectly happy with the thick border here. It shows up nicely in Sudoku Pad, I think. Uh, okay, with the lines gray, I want to put... So I think that's true. So try importing this. So if I share... I mean, it's just going to look like Ranksk's version, but without the thing. Okay, so let me go to my Sudoku importer. Okay, so stop it. There we go. Convert URL. And I don't know if this is the newest version of the... Oh, no, I think it is the newest version. Okay, so there we go. So this is the version without those. Sudoku Pad. So, oh, no. Yes, okay, so funnily enough, I tried to see if I could draw an edge there, and it was like, oh no, it won't let me put an edge there. But it turns out that in fact it did actually change the version. Okay, so let me. I know how to fix that. I'm pretty sure. So let's try this. There we go. Okay, so now it's back. So we've got that. And so I think there's a little bit of a tension in the fact that I think the line through the gray for the border, or sorry, for the box border looks weird. But I think it's completely necessary to make sure that people understand what the boxes are and understand that there are boxes. But I think that having these gone, I think helps people not think they're supposed to fill digits into those places. So I think this is probably I like this. I believe. I have to go through and put the rules back and all of that sort of stuff. But I think this is a middle ground, and I think that one thing that's really nice about this version is because these lines are thin, if someone is drawing, of course I drew it in exactly the wrong place. If someone is drawing borders that happen to go along the line, you can still see the borders. So I think this is much better in this regard. But yeah, I think this looks good. Yeah. Just have to dump the rules into it. And then I will post it for testing and see if someone else will test it. And I am greatly looking forward to the giant flame war when I post this on LMD. When I check the box that either I say this is in essence a Sudoku, or this is not in essence a Sudoku, and I suspect that whichever one I check, people will be mad. Because this is kind of in essence a Sudoku and kind of in essence not a Sudoku. MicroStudy says say Sudoku. I think because it uses the word boxes in the rules, I feel like I'm inclined to say this is closer to Sudoku than not a Sudoku. But also this is dangerously close to just being a Japanese sums puzzle, and Japanese sums puzzles usually show up in not Sudoku. So I feel like this is like really, this is like as close to the line as you can possibly get. If this is a Sudoku and Japanese sums aren't, because this is basically a Japanese sums puzzle where I've told you what the digits or where the digits are in advance. But it sounds like chat thinks I should say is a Sudoku, so I am happy to do that. It does have boxes, so I guess the thing that sort of like pushes this maybe one step closer than a Japanese sums puzzle is there are boxes, and Sudoku puzzles have boxes. So I think this is a hair closer than a Japanese sums puzzle. I could definitely imagine a sequel to this puzzle where it has circles, uh, but the circles tell you how many gray cells there are, and you have to build your own gray cells while also building the 10 blob. I think that would be interesting. Uh, I think it might be possible. Given how much just like deleting some cells did to sort of artfully force everything. Uh, Also, I'm very glad that J40 noticed that just miraculously at some point it just solved. Like the fact that this uniquely solved down here with absolutely no work from us was miraculous. That was very appreciated that we didn't have to like delete all of box 9 or something like that. Uh, uh, yeah, Josh suggesting you could actually do both. You could have squares for number of gray cells and circles for number of 10 sums. I could imagine that. Yeah. But yeah, there I'm happy with how this came out, and I think there are possible variations on this idea. Uh Oh yeah, I mean the best puzzles definitely have a dash of luck, but usually in order to get the dash of luck, I have to try 6,000 clues at the end until I find one that works. Uh a single cell that extends past the 9 by 9 border. Uh J40 suggesting a negative constraint. You know, it's funny. I actually thought about that when I was originally thinking about this idea, is like how monstrous it would be to have everything resolved by a negative constraint in such a puzzle. Uh, I think it would be incredibly monstrous. And I would definitely need a computer program to verify that it actually was true. Uh, yeah, and I didn't have to have a given. There are no givens in the puzzle. Uh, I am Andrew Sarkis sent me a message this morning, and I hope I'm not giving away anything that is secret information, saying that he had created a puzzle with 9 sets of modifiers in the grid. Uh, to which I responded, "Are you trying to beat Tesseralis' 6 by 6 by 6 record for craziness?" And he just said, "Yes." So that's a thing. Uh, but uh, but yeah, I enjoy how sparse the grid is in terms of information. Like that is always something that sort of makes me happy in one of these puzzles. If it's sort of like, I mean, obviously there's lots of careful crafting and what cells have been deleted. So it's not like there's not information there, but it doesn't look like there's a lot. It's like, here are some cells you don't have to fill and 5 circles. And that pleases me. Uh, Alrighty. The name Gelatinous Cube. Uh, Gelatinous Cube is a good name for a puzzle. Do you feel this looks like a gelatinous cube? Is that the suggestion, Ranks? Uh, I should definitely be sure I list the setter as zetamath and chat. Uh, are these the eyes of the gelatinous? Do gelatinous cubes have eyes? I don't think gelatinous cubes have eyes, but I'm not sure. This could be like the treasure from the adventurers floating around, like the coins from the adventurer floating around in its stomach or something. Uh, let's see. Oh, I have been linked to a picture of a gelatinous cube that this looks like. This picture does not have a gelatinous cube in it, I don't think. Uh, okay, is there a gelatinous cube in this picture that I am missing? Uh, oh, I have to click the link. Okay, okay. I was, uh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Gelatinous cube. Okay. There we go. Okay, so here is our gelatinous cube. Let me see that so that you can see it. Let's see. Probably the Penpa version is better. There we go. So So you've got all the gunk floating around from all the dissolved adventurer corpses. Uh, Lovely, lovely. Uh, I admit I have not played D&D since second edition. When I played a lot of second edition, but I have not since then. Uh, I at some point gave away my like Encyclopedia Magicas and all of those sorts of things that are probably now like something someone would hunt down for. Uh, Alrighty, I should probably wrap up there. I think this is our sort of final grid version uh for the day. I will try and get this sort of edited together in Penpo with rules and solution check and all that sort of stuff. So that I can get it exported to the gelatinous cube. Oh boy, that is really tempting, Nordy. I am now dangerous. That is very tempting. Uh, but yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. I'm glad that people seem to engage with this. It was a weird idea. I'll probably do it again. Actually, this was fairly successful, and it was a good way to keep me on task. So I actually got this idea done. Because I like I said, I've been sort of poking at this for a while, but this sort of got us there. 10 bites. But yes, tomorrow morning I have my regular stream, so maybe not morning your time, but I'll be back with my regular stream time. So I'll be doing puzzles, not setting them. But anyway, thank you everyone for joining. Greatly appreciated. Thanks to our new subscriber, and thanks to all our supporters. As always, please like the stream if you haven't liked the stream. It's greatly appreciated. But thank you for hanging out and for helping me with this. And if you want to support the stream, just in time for bed, perfect. If you want to support the stream, you can always click the join button down below, where you can do it for as little as $5 a month, which is greatly appreciated to all of you who do that. There's various sorts of perks as you go on up the list, so if you want to give more and look at other things, we appreciate that, of course, too. For the top perk, really the only thing I could think of was to read people's names at the end. So I hope this is a good top perk, although I suspect it's not the main reason why people give to us. But thank you very much. Anyway, so the top donors are David, Nordy in chat. Thank you very much, Nordy. Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, who I saw earlier, Willie, Danita, and Nell. So thank you very much to all of you. I kind of hope that this gets a CTC feature, because it will lead to a very fun watch party for all of us if we get to do a live reaction to a puzzle that you all watched me make in the first place. But anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. And I'll be back tomorrow morning, so see you all soon. Bye for now.